Welcome back, humans, to the second day of Wannacon. I am coming to you live about half an hour early so that I can check all of the things and make sure that there are no issues. So if you're here early, awesome. We will get started. I just want to make sure that I'm streaming everywhere and that I send all the emails and that there are no problems. So we are streaming on Twitch, live on Twitch now. Let us see. Day 2. We should be streaming. Awesome. And we are live on YouTube. And now we'll see if we are live in my author group. And now let's see if we're live on Russell Nolte on my Facebook page. Should be. And we are live on my Facebook page. And now just one more place to check. And then we can kind of get started here. Let us see. One more. Come on, last place. Last place that needs to load. I know I'm being very paranoid about this, but I just want to make sure that everybody is that everybody is here and not interrupted. That's not good. Oh, yay. All right. So we are good there. And so it looks like yesterday. Hey, Aaron, how you doing? It looks like yesterday, my personal Facebook page was not getting emails, comments in here, but everywhere else was. So I'm sorry if I didn't get you yesterday. I really apologize for that. But please make sure to ask questions. I do look. Sometimes I forget to actually ask people for questions, but if you have a specific question, this is the absolute best time to ask it, because the people are live on air and I will look for them. In fact, I would rather answer your questions because they'll be pertinent to your problems than waiting and just answering mine. So let me now send this email to everybody to let them know that we are live. And so now that email is sent out. So hopefully we'll start getting some people in. And let's talk about the schedule today. So schedule today, we have... First up is really cool. First up, we are going to talk with... No, move that around. We're going to talk with both Christy Shin and Carolyn Carter. They are both artists, so they're going to be both live drawing as we talk. And I'm hoping that we can get them each to maybe draw each other's characters or have some character that we're both going to draw. So if you have somebody that you want them to draw, then let me know in the comments, and when they get in, we'll be able to just get started on it. And then we have my good friends Madeline Holly Rosing from Boston Metaphysical Society and Eddie D'Angelini from The Collectors and the owner of Heidi Ho Comics in downtown Santa Monica. After that, we have Catherine Calamia and Leanne Ingino. Leanne is one of the contributors to the Cthulhu is Hard to Spell anthology, and she actually has one of the specials over at CthulhuIsHardToSpell.com for this week in the quarantine bundle. The Haunted Haikus is her story, and then Catherine is a creator of Like Father, Like Daughter. And now this is where I'm going to cheat, because if I have the right one of these, then I should be able to look back and see Melissa and how to pronounce her name, because it should be in here. No, did I pick up the wrong one? No. She's going to chastise me later, I'm sure, for it. But I believe it is Melissa Pagliuca. I think that's right. But I'm not 100% sure still. Let's see. Let's see if maybe I go to her Facebook page if I can get it to pronounce correctly, because I feel really bad. But even when we were recording, she has an episode of my podcast that you can get to at thecompletecreative.com/her last name. But I pronounce it wrong all of the time. Here we go. Haha, she's got a pronouncer on her website. So I was right. It's Melissa Pagliuca. And it looks like Pag Lucia, but it is Pagliuca. So I'm very happy that she has a pronouncer on her website. I thought she would, because her name is very very unique in pronunciation, and I'm glad that we cleared that up. So the last people today are Melissa Pagliuca, and now I got to find where the rest of the schedule is. There it is. And Moana McAdams. Melissa is the creator and artist behind Above the Clouds, and Moana McAdams has done several Kickstarters, and most of them in the Wildcard Chronicles series. So we'll be talking about Kickstarter with them, but we'll really be answering all of your questions as well. And I really hope there are a bunch of questions this time. So let's see. Do I see any questions already? Joanne says it's nice to watch some. That you can't tune into all of them. That's great, because I have now archived day one on Wannacon.com. So if for some reason you can't see everything, you can go to Wannacon.com and go through everything, stream through everything. They're 4.5 hours from yesterday. I'm assuming there's going to be somewhere around 4.5 hours today. And tomorrow, I'm trying to set up a bonus one so that we have actually 5.5 hours tomorrow. But I have not had the people say that 100% confirmed, just 90% confirmed. So I am waiting for that. All right, let's scroll through. Celeste says hello from Washington State. Hello. This is about as good as I can do for. We're supposed to see each other at Emerald City, so it's nice to at least see you virtually. And we are going to get started. We're just waiting for Christy and Carolyn. Oh, that's gonna 2C names. That's gonna throw me for a loop, for sure. And remember, all of these people are people that either are part of the Wannabe Press Cthulhu is Hard to Spell anthology, or they have been displaced from Emerald City or Wannacon or some show coming up that has canceled. I have now had 6 appearances canceled in the last week. So I had Emerald City, LA Festival of Books, WonderCon. Then I had Mission Viejo Comic Con, Art Night in Pasadena, and I just was doing a talk at the Scriptwriters Network, and that was canceled too. So 6 different places have canceled on me this week, which is roughly, I'm going to call it $9,000 at this point of lost revenue that I'm missing out on. But it's okay, because this is my sort of virtual hug to all the people that I was supposed to see this weekend. All right, good. So I should have all of the comments. The comments are streaming from my one feed that's not loading into StreamYard, and the rest of them are here. I see them from YouTube. I know we got Twitch yesterday. Good to see you, Mikey and Aaron, and all of you who are on the feed. As I mentioned, we are just waiting for Christy and Carolyn, who are going to be our first guests. Now, not sure if Carolyn was going to be hurt by a show that canceled, but I know Christy was. I know Madeline was. I know Eddie was. I know Melissa was. And I know Moana was, for sure. I'm guessing that out of all the shows that canceled in the last week, that the other 3, Carolyn, Catherine, and Leanne, were also affected, but I'm not 100% sure. We can ask them when they get here. But that's still most of the people. And then most of the people who were here tomorrow also are affected by those shows. And I will show you. Hey, Tyler, how you doing? I will show these banners. I'll show you the ones. This is the one for Cthulhu is Hard to Spell. This is the one for the Complete Creative. And they'll all... these are the ones from yesterday, if you haven't had a chance to look at them. So these are the ones with any coupon codes where you can go and support the artists. A lot of them are running specials for Emerald City or WonderCon. There's Katrina's and Nikki's. Here are the 2 for the second hour, David Avalon and Camry Lapka. The third hour yesterday, Heirs of Isildur. They were supposed to fly from Florida to Emerald City. And then finally yesterday we had my personal editor, Leah Letterman, and then my good friend Diana Levin. Leah was supposed to go to Fantasticon last week, or I guess this week. And Diana was supposed to be in Emerald City. So it is supporting all of these people by helping go into their stores, buying their books. And of course, if you want to support our books, Cthulhu is Hard to Spell is on Kickstarter. You can buy that, or you can buy a bunch of our other books also. So if you buy, you can buy our at $39, you can get a hardcover of the first volume, $40, the second volume. You can get our entire digital novel bundle for $35. You can get our pin collection for $45. For $80, you can pick 2 books. You get volume 1 or volume 2. For $81, you get any 2 books you want. And then from $100 onwards, you can get 3 books, 4 books, 5 books, 6 books. And so if you want to help us, that's the best way to do it. That also helps all of the other creators, because 10% of all revenue that we generate from this goes straight back to creators. So the more we raise, the more the creators make. On top of that, if there's any books like Volume One or Monsters and Other Scary Shit, where creators are owed royalties, they also get paid the royalties from those books by backing this for anything that we sell during the Kickstarter. So it is a great way to help. The first book had 55 or so creators. The second book had 70. This one has 73. So some of them do double up, but that is a combination of almost 200 creators who are working with us on these anthologies. And going to CthulhuIsHardToSpell.com is a great way to support them. I'm just wasting time right now talking about this stuff, though, because we are waiting for Christy and Carolyn to come on the show, and then we will get started. Meanwhile, if you guys have any questions you'd like me to ask Christy or Carolyn or any of our guests, please make sure to comment so that I can make sure to ask them. I'm thinking that what we're going to because Christy and Carolyn are both part of our anthologies, I'm planning to talk to them about submitting to anthologies and working with an editor and all of those things. But if you have other questions about Christy's run a bunch of Kickstarters, yes, Lydia, you can ask questions on Twitch or in any of the feeds. I should have them all available. Wherever you have questions, I will attempt to answer them before that guest gets off the air. I can't guarantee it, but for me, number one priority are your questions, because I have a show, a podcast called The Complete Creative, where I get to interview creators and ask all of the questions that I want to ask them. So this is really about you. And if you do want to go and find out more about that show, then you can go to thecompletecreative.com/podcast, and you will be able to get the archive of all almost 200 episodes of that show, including great guests like Tyler. I see Tyler on the program. We've also had Christy's been on the show. She's had an episode. Melissa's been on the show. She's had an episode. Madeline's been on a couple of episodes of the show. And there's been, like I said, almost 200 episodes. Tomorrow, Eric Lervold, he's been a guest on the show. So I have that for me. I have that for me, and so this is really about you. Although, as I mentioned, I do have questions to ask. I do have things that to talk about. I'm going to go in the private chat and just tell Carolyn, who's here. All right. Hi, Carolyn. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Okay, so as far as the screen share, if you look down at the bottom where it says mute, stop cam, mic, cam, it should also say screen share. Do you see that? The bottom of the
On mine, it shows audio, video, flip, chat, and leave.
Oh, are you on your on iPad?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if are you linked? If you go to the are you on the iPad looking at me? Or are you on the iPad from the screen underneath you?
I am on the iPad looking at you on the iPad.
Okay. So maybe there's a different thing for mobile and for desktop.
Maybe. So I know, let's see here. Let's see. Maybe if I troubleshooting.
Trying to troubleshoot. Well, in fairness, I expected this to happen yesterday, and then it didn't. And so
Yeah.
This for me is wonderful. Because I went through a whole day without having to do this troubleshooting. So
because let's see here. If I need to go and switch to my desktop, I can do that.
I'm gonna see. I just got. This is a question that I've never seen before, and now all these people that are watching us troubleshoot in real time, and I'm sure that it is thrilling.
Oh my god.
Um,
Here we go.
let's see. Cut. Are you on Safari?
I
Safari.
am.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So that's the most important part. And then I'm going to.
Otherwise, I can go and switch to my my desktop setup.
Let's see what happens when I say. When I say. Yeah, I see that too. It just says audio, video, flip, chat, and leave.
Yeah. If I need to hop off and go onto my desktop, I can do that. So.
Yeah, let's. I think let's do that if you can.
Okay.
All right.
You right
Cool. Meanwhile, I'm going to bring on Christy. Let's see if Christy's ready. All right. Hi, Christy.
I'm doing good. Hey, Russell, how's it going?
Ooh, that is a lot of lag between your.
Really?
Let's see. Yes. So I see you have a screen share here.
Yeah.
But it's black right now.
Let me go and try to share something. Hold on. Let me.
Cool.
On here. I did try it once with another person that was using StreamYard, but it was kind of doing some weird shit. So let me see. Don't show, share screen. Then I want to share my screen here. Is it showing?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Awesome. Look at that.
Yeah.
So we got half of it working. That's wonderful. I did not realize that it would be different. An iPad's weird. Like I thought it would be different from like a mobile device, but I didn't know if Apple or StreamYard considered an iPad a mobile device or a desktop, because it sort of like merges that weird middle ground. So
I think it's more of the Surface Pro that would be, but to be honest, it's like, unless if it's more on desktop, because what it said on my end was like multiple displays need to be enabled.
Yeah, I'm still learning. We're still learning. We're still getting this down, and luckily I will tell you the one thing I don't like about StreamYard, while we're here in the beginning, is that you can't talk to people until you bring them live. Mm-hmm. So like if you have a bunch of people, all you can do is private chat with them. Like I couldn't hop off, talk to you. I have to bring you on and then troubleshoot you kind of like live on the air with everything.
Yeah.
But so we have Christy. We're waiting for Carolyn. And I thought what would be fun would be to have both of you draw the same thing and see like how your different styles are. So I would love it if the people, Mikey or Brandon or Walter or Lydia or Tyler or any of the people watching on the other feed would give us a idea of what you want to draw, of what you want us to draw. It could be a superhero. It could be Christie's character Demon Bitch. It could be anything. But we're Carolyn and Christy have two very, very, very different art styles, and I think it'll be fun to watch how both people are sort of tackle drawing the same thing. So if you have an idea, let me know. Otherwise, how are you doing, Christy?
I'm doing okay. Just a little tired today. I went shopping. It wasn't as bad because I went to the local market. I already had everything anyway. So I just went ahead and I ordered some stuff preemptively. But other than that, it's like rainy here, but it's cozy. I made some corned beef stew. My friend's Connie and Dallas, they brought over some corned beef so we could celebrate like Irish Day. Oh yeah, St. Patty's Day. Sorry, Irish Day. I just am being silly. But we brought that and we ate a good number of it, and then I decided to make the rest into like a stew and just feed off of that all day. So that feels good.
I forgot that there is that it's corned beef season. Because we always do something. We always do corned beef, like a big corned beef thing, but it just has not felt, honestly, it does not feel like it's 2020 right now. It feels like it's, I don't know, like still 2019, or like we never actually hit 2020. So no holiday has really felt like anything.
It's one of those things where I'm just kind of like, I don't know, maybe it's because like of what I went through in 2019. I'm just like, oh well, I just like, I don't know if it makes you better in dealing with the unknown, but being told you had a malignant pancreatic tumor only to find out it was just a ticking time bomb. I have a weird fatalistic thing, so probably not everybody's going to understand that.
No, I really liked what you said. You made a post the other day that was like, it was like, I didn't survive almost dying to be scared now.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that I think when you kind of deal like the economy, we have statistics and shit. I'm not trying to downplay it, but also health has its own statistics, right? Your own personal health. I was personally healthy before all this other shit happened. And then I just got hit with, you have a massive pancreatic tumor, 6 inches, if anybody wants to know context. Yes, I did name the bitch Casey Anthony. People did ask me if I named it. I guess 6 inches is the thing. And when they first told me about it, it was like, we are sure that you have a highly malignant pancreatic mass. I'm like, great.
Yeah. And you never want to hear pancreas and mass, because like, that, I mean, of all the organs, like the pancreas is like, to me, when I think of like what's the worst organ to have a thing in, like the pancreas is the one.
Yeah. It's just because it has a lot of symptoms. I found out, like when I read up on Patrick Swayze's symptoms and different things, like literally it's digestive issues. Now, I'm not saying if you have a stomach ache now and then it's bad, but I've realized how much people overlook it, because like one of my other friends, his cousin had a mass in his stomach and eventually couldn't eat spicy food because he'd throw up. So I'd eat bland food. But then what ended up happening was that after a while, it's like he couldn't even eat that. So they went to the doctor and they found a big benign mass in his stomach. And the thing is, like with me, I just felt more tired, more run down. I kept having colds, but it was around cold season. It was right after con season last year. So I thought, oh, I'm just run out. But then I just kept sleeping. And I woke up one day and I just thought I had a freaking like kidney infection. I went in and but like when they were doing the ultrasounds don't hurt. I'm going to say that. And when they were kind of putting it up around my ribs, it started to hurt. And I'm like, this is weird. Maybe they're digging in, but it's a lot of little things. Like, I mean, I hate to bring up bodily functions, but if your bodily functions change, for me, it was like a number of years before I found this thing. So if you ever detect like I'm changing your metabolism, it doesn't mean that you get super skinny. Like I gained 37 pounds. And then it was like you eat a slice of pizza and then all of a sudden you gain 5 and you're like, no, that's not right, or you walk a mile to get a burger, walk back. I'm like, how come I'm not burning any of this? So I'd say like for me, a week is good, just to say if I've had consistent issues with this, I'll go to the doctor and I'll have it checked out anyway. Now, that's what I would recommend with anybody.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like because I've had issues with like that area of my body before, and it's hard to be like, okay, is this an issue that I've already had before? Because it's like IBS stuff, or is this like a worse thing, or like how often can I go to the doctor to get these things checked before like I'm just like crying wolf and they just look at me and shake their head? But it's really scary, because a lot of things can lead to fatigue and stomach problems and all of that stuff too. So yeah, it's all bad, I guess.
Yeah, like the doctors, they were actually really shocked. They were like, how did you know? And because I guess nobody knows, but it was weird. The most telling one was like my surgeon was telling me, I told a woman who had this very same thing you did 10 years ago that she needed to take this out now. And now she's battling stage 3 pancreatic cancer. And I'm like going, who the fuck can live with this fucking thing? Because it was making me miserable. Like in August, I was really drained all the time. I was tired. Parts of me were aching that had been previously injured. And I realized it was probably that stupid thing pressing up against my spine and aggravating
Right.
stuff. So, I mean, the one that I had was like that 1% that attacks Asian and Black women. And it was that ticking time bomb moment out of all the odds. So I consider myself, I don't want to do hashtag blessed, but seriously, there's some things that I've been through that don't occupy one school of thought over the other. I think both of them mix. So, you know, people did the hopes and prayers thing that helped. But people actually gave money and gave me their time and gave me their help and ear. So that helped too. So, and I don't know, I just got lined up with the best doctors that I possibly could, just somehow, while I'm dealing with all this. So somehow just everything fell in line. If it had to happen, that's how it did. So, but my surgeon was awesome. So, yeah, I actually asked him how he got into doing this, because the Whipple procedure, if you ever look it up, is like one of the more complicated ones. It can take up to 8 to 10 hours. And I asked him, like, so how'd you end up doing this? And he said, well, I used to go and I would go and, work on these things. And then all of a sudden, hey, can you go do this surgery or something? And eventually got so good at it because he did it so much that the senior surgeons wouldn't come in. Because I guess there's a lead surgeon and then they have the residents. And as a resident, he would be the one to be doing it. And eventually got so good, he just, as a resident, would just do it.
Yeah.
And he did mine in 3 hours flat.
Wow. So he did an 8 to 10 hour procedure in 3 hours?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he said I might be diabetic, which I wasn't. And he said I might have to take pancreatic enzymes all my life. But I said, I'm going to focus on not having that. I mean, it doesn't mean I have denial. It's just that, okay, so I looked at the general school of thought. The complete recovery is 15 to 18 months. That's when but I think it's just getting your new system, because they really literally have to rewire your system and repipe it. And I mean, no, I don't have a colostomy bag. I mean, I know some people are like, do you have to have a colostomy bag? No, I don't have bowel cancer. But they went and did that. And, it's just essentially they took what was left of my pancreas and they stuck it on the end of my small intestine and stuff. I mean, I know it kind of grosses you out. I just kind of have to laugh about it because it just, I went to that. So.
No, I get it. I mean, it gives you a new perspective on life, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's like sometimes you kind of give a shit about some things and sometimes you don't. Like, and sometimes there are certain things that you're just like, no, I'm not, or you just don't suffer certain things very gladly anymore. And I mean, it took me a few months, like, to even get to the energy level I am now. And even then, sometimes I feel fatigued. But it's weird because it's like the fatigue hits every so often. And it's usually my abdominal muscles because they did cut there. But it doesn't really bother me too much. I think it's pretty good. Like I'm overall, I think I have more energy than I ever did when I was ill. And even people notice the difference. They're like, it's not because you lost weight. You actually look better and you look healthier and you're not so aggro. Like, I think I wasn't a bitch, but I was kind of pissy, I think, at times, because here I am going against stuff physically. I mean, you understand that, going against that, you kind of have to overcompensate for it. And that doesn't do well for your mood, I think, and energy level, because you're trying to self-regulate and it's not very good.
I remember what happened to me was I've just got on new meds, depression meds that are working for like the first time. And how I would describe it is before my mood, because I have Graves' disease and a bunch of other stuff too, is my mood, like the normal mood would be like why don't you kill yourself would be my inner monologue, right? And like it would be struggle to get up to normal.
Yeah.
And then when I started doing meds and I started feeling better, like my normal was, well, everything's probably going to be okay.
That's good.
And then you could walk your way up to like having a good mood. But when you are in a bad place, whether it's physically or mentally or emotionally, it's just like a struggle to get to normal and to just like get through the day. And if you can, and I think both people that have that have had that kind of drastic decrease, and people that have not had to deal with that, don't both of them are not great at understanding that like it will be a struggle, and you have to, like, things that are easy to most people are no longer easy to you. And I remember when I first started doing it, as having like all of this stuff happen like a decade ago. Like,
Yeah.
I was bitter. I was super bitter. A lot of days I would wake up still bitter, like even until recently, just because like I still remember what it was like to be like full of energy. And now I'm not full of energy anymore. And I physically can't do the things that I did. So I totally get like how that kind of thing worked, unless I'm totally misreading like why you were in such a bad mood.
Well, I mean, like when I was sick, I was just like, I'll say when I was sick, to make it just easy for people to kind of keep track about it. It's just like it's kind of like you get sick and it's just this constant fight of being fucking like functional.
Right. Exactly.
And like everything kind of aggravated me. Now, I'm not saying I was so wild that I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I mean, there are people that were actual genuine douchebags or something, but now it's like, it's easier to let it go, or it's easier to say, hey, but I would always have the self-doubt, like, am I overreacting? So I would have people saying, oh, you're overreacting. And some were actually sincere about it and not, you get what I mean?
Yeah.
But you get to a point where you're just like, now I'm at this more level place where it's like, oh, no, I'm not overreacting, asshole, leave me alone. Or I am
Right.
like, okay, fine. Or sometimes you're just in a place like, I'm really pissed at you and I want to say anything, but I was never somebody to just start screaming at a person. But it's like, okay, I'm really angry, but something just tells me to kind of hold my tongue for a moment and see what's going on.
Right. Yeah, I know. We talked about how like that's not the easiest thing for either of us to do historically. So I'm glad you're getting in. You're more in that place. Could you explain what you're doing? You're going between like an old panel and a new panel. Can you explain what you're doing in the art?
Oh yeah. What I'm doing is like I came up with this character called Shitbird in the Kickstarter, right? So she's a fairly new character. I have to kind of get more used to her coloring, right? Because it's a little bit more complex than Demon Bitch or a Bed Hopping Horse or anything. So what it is that I'll go with the old cartoon and like look at the color combo. Now I've already picked up the color palette, so I have the color palette, but sometimes I'm a little bit fuzzy on like how it's laid out or something. So to keep it consistent, I'll just look at the old cartoon that I have, and then I'll go over here and pick the appropriate color up here.
How many times do you have to draw something before it becomes kind of like a old hat?
It depends really. I mean, I'm not going to say exactly. I mean, right now, I mean, it just happened. Like this was about a month. So I think it's like kind of, I go in between whatever. It depends on like, I think the complexity of the character sometimes too. Like if I do the character and it's complex or anything, sometimes it might take me a few tries. Sometimes it'll take me a lot of tries. It really depends on how I feel about it.
Yeah.
But it's not permanent. I mean, I figure after a year of doing this, I'd say to safe that I would probably remember, unless if I didn't draw her for a very long time or something.
Right.
But even then, it's not like completely like, oh, it's set in stone. Like the other characters also have very, very much simpler color schemes. So the color schemes are different, but with the characters, like with her character is like at least is drawing like, it's kind of like with comics. I see why people draw very, very simple comic characters sometimes. They have to remember how to color them. They have to remember this. They have to remember that. Unless it's Superman, who's like everybody sees him repetitively all the time. That's it right there. So I'm kind of yeah.
One thing I really like about your work is how personal it is. Like everything that you've done, I'm assuming including Sepulchre, but at least the work you've done for our anthologies and Demon Bitch and Personal Monsters comes from such a personal place. Could you talk a little bit about how you sort of get out your frustrations or think of the world through art?
Well, I view it as a thing of, expressing anger and hatred. And now people go like, well, you need to not do that. You got to be a good person. And it's like, never in my life have I seen such a call for empathy and all that, but we act more and more bitchy and fucking shitty to each other. I'm going to admit it. Like, there are some things that we've done that are better, but I think this whole thing of false positivity and false, now don't get me wrong, I don't think positive or looking at the bright side of shit is bad. It's better than freaking wanting to go kill yourself, you know, or get into that place. Like, sometimes you do work yourself up to that. You can make that worse. Again, this is not saying, oh, well, if you're depressed, well, no, I'm just saying that, you know, I think even a woman, I forgot her name, but she even talked about having chronic anxiety, and the chronic anxiety, like she said, like, because I actually do things to take care of myself, which is like, oh, okay, I actually eat right. I actually exercise. I actually sleep as much as I can, you know, within healthy limits. It takes a lot of the pressure off. She still takes her anti-anxiety meds. She still has anxiety. It's just not as harsh because her body is not put under these harsh, extreme conditions like by herself that are self-imposed. But I think the thing is that just simple, like, hey, I like myself and I'm okay, or I'm fine. But it's also, the thing is, I think people just need to admit that they hate a bitch, and that's it. You know, I'm not advocating they do terrible things. I'm not advocating they go and do stupid shit like throw bombs at their house or something. You know, all I'm saying is like, look, admit to yourself that you fucking hate this person. And then when you do, you actually can have the better capacity to forgive. And unfortunately, like what we have here is like this stupid thing too. It's like, oh, that equals reconciliation. It's like, no, it doesn't. I can forgive somebody, just not be pissed about it anymore. You know,
Yeah,
that's
I saw something that was like, just because I forgive you doesn't mean I want you in my life.
yeah, it's like, I'm just over it. Like, it's kind of a way of just saying, like, I'm over it. Like, I'm just over this shit right now. Like, I
And
get over a lot of shit like that.
now,
Know?
what I really like about your work is that, like, you take these people or things that you're dealing with, and you anamorphize them, and
Anthropomorphize them.
thank you,
Yeah.
but as these monsters. Like, I know the book that you did for uh, the book you did for me, the first monster anthology. You did this thing called the Fear Monster, and all of your old personal monsters were like things you were grappling with, people you were trying to get over, kind of putting them in this box. And did you feel like once you were done with each of those things, it like kind of freed you from whatever negativity you had for them?
I think, you know, in a way it made it better to deal with. And I think in a way, yeah. I mean, I don't think like people just get over shit. Like, I mean, you can. Like, I'd be surprised. Like, some of the resentments I had towards family members vanished in an instant. Like, yeah, I could be mad about this, but what's the point? But that's not with everything. And I think the problem with a lot of people is they go like, oh, well, if I do this, everything will be better. I'm like, you know, it can make it better, but sometimes it takes a few tries. And I just got annoyed with people that got victimized with the same people. And then they just said, oh, yeah, well, I'm over it, but I want to stab them. It's like, go fuck yourself. Why are you telling me that I have problems? At least I admit that I do. Like, if you want to solve a problem, just admit to yourself that you fucking have a problem. That's it. That doesn't mean you're a bad person. Actually, you're a better person because you're like, okay, I have a problem. How do I fix it? And you can actually fix it where it's an actual solution rather than, you know, oh, but I want to not be regarded as a bad person. And it's like, no, you can admit that you don't like somebody, rational or irrational as you want. You know, it's just, and also I've noticed when you do that, it gets you less defensive because you don't have anything to hide. And that's how I feel about it. It's just like with this one, I just kind of put it out in the open and I said, fuck you all. Fuck you all. You're awful. You're terrible people. I hate you. You're an asshole. You're an asshole to me and other people. So fuck you.
Yeah, so what I didn't know about Demon Bitch was that it's actually like based on a real person that you
Yeah,
knew, right?
yeah. Like
And
this,
all the other characters based on people you know too?
yeah, there are people I've known, especially a lot of them women, because I'm just like, it's like this. What I hate about sometimes the girl power thing is that sometimes girls tend to really fuck each other up. And that is unfortunately a dirty little secret. I'm not saying all women, and I'm not saying that, oh, feminism is bad. I'm just saying, like, let's accept the fact that girls are fucking awful to each other sometimes in ways that girls can be. It's a known fact. It's not negating us. In fact, it's just making us more human, much more realistic to people rather than us being these things that we don't make mistakes. It's like, come on, when do we respect that? You know, we might be afraid of them. We might be afraid of people that do that, but we don't end all respect them. I don't get that respect. Like, at least when you connect with people, you say, look, I make mistakes, fuck it, you know? And when you admit that to yourself, you actually end up apologizing less, you know? Like, okay, I'm not a perfect person. Sometimes I'm pissy and shit, but that gives you a better baseline once you come to terms with it. You're just like, okay, I either can talk to this person, apologize or not, you know? And that might sound like an incredibly self-centered thing to say, but I don't think it's bad to like kind of figure stuff out yourself on that level. Like, there are some people that have pissed me off. Some people I've apologized to, and when I've acted out of turn, but there are times where I'm like, no, I don't need to apologize to you. You need to understand, like, what you say is fucking dumb, you know? But it's like dumb to me, it's not like dumb to everybody else. I don't plan to police the world. But there are times like where I've looked at things and I'm like, that's just fucking dumb. I really hate that shit. So that's me personally. It's like, like this one person, that Demon Bitch is based off of. I mean, this person was saying stuff like, oh yeah, can we just take DMT and talk to the coronavirus? I'm like, you just set the bar really low. I didn't have that high of a bar for you. Like, what the hell? But it's like amazing what people will say. And it's just like, and I think, I don't know if it's always the internet or it's just more visible on the internet. People will just say shit to just say shit. And sometimes I think it's helpful not to police them, but to give them feedback, at least in how it like relates to you. If you talk for a bunch of other people, I find it kind of presumptuous. I know people do that to seem like they're more thoughtful or more this, and you got to give it a voice. But more often than most, I find it a bit presumptuous. So sometimes I go like, in relationship to me, I'm pissed off at what you said.
Right.
Or it affects me,
Right. And if you guys have questions for Christy, this is the time to ask her, whether it's about like bouncing back from surgery or mental stuff or just how she does art. I'm going to go through a couple of the comments.
Yeah, please read them out. I can't see them.
Our friend Ghislaine, God, I hope I'm saying her name right.
Yeah, Ghislaine, that's right.
Okay. On the flip side, she can draw Demon Bitch on a napkin in the dark room, in a dark room, and then she hashtagged "Ask me how I know." I'm guessing that's something you've done before.
I think I have, and I don't know if I was drunk at the time, but I mean, I drew Demon Bitch like I didn't give a fuck. I just drew her in this pale white fucking sausagey thing, so she probably glows in the dark anyway. So I just drew this thing. It's just like I was thinking of like a bleached white dog turd as I did it, because I was just like, I don't know. It's like weird because like I've tried drawing my friend Lawrence Hubbard's drawings of GC in them, and I've tried drawing other people's drawings or renditions of their comic character, but it's weird because it's another level of work because you got to pay attention to what your mind already knows. Like if I draw Shipbird, I can draw her like pretty easily, but with with Demon Bitch. But if you ask me to draw, I mean, I drew Garfield tons of times as a kid, so I think I remember, or The Simpsons, or like Life and Hell, the characters by Matt Groening.
Mm-hmm.
But if you ask me to draw like, let me think here. If you ask me to draw like one of Mary Zorlita's characters from All Heck, it would be hard for me to do it because I would just have to look and do it because I want to get it right. Not necessarily her style down right, but just I need to get her shit done right. So
can you show us Demon Bitch while you're, because this is not the main character. I want to hear, we talked about how she's kind of like a shit log or something like that.
Like a bleached white dog turd.
Yeah. So this is, and I still remember you sent me years ago now, you sent me this, an image of Demon Bitch. And you were like, what do you think of this? And I was, what did I say? I said, I would like 1,000 more pages of this by tomorrow, please.
Yeah, it was along those lines. You really liked it because the anger and rage were real.
It really was real. Like it feels a lot like Life is Hell, actually, but like much rawer, because like you can tell like the anger and angst in Matt Groening's work even back then. And I'd always felt that in your in the Personal Monsters, but I really felt it in Demon Bitch. And now knowing that it like those two are correlated and that they both are dealing with like people and your own shit, it's nice to it's nice to know those things are like, and to see sort of the growth, because it really is like you can almost chart like you can chart a straight line, or maybe like a jagged line up from personal monsters to Demon Bitch.
Yeah. It's just like it just kind of evolved, and it was just me just like punching a meat sack of a person that I fucking hated. Now it can be like multiple people. And that's what I think. I deliberately don't put the names of the people up there, because it turns out people like have more than one Demon Bitch or Shitbird or something. Like when Shitbird came out, like quite a few people like commented, and they're like, "Oh fuck, dude." They're like, "I know a person like this."
But that's what I hear about your work all the time, is people will be like, "I know that person," or "I've seen this," and like everybody can almost imprint on one of the characters or all of the characters, which is really what I love about monsters. If I had to narrow it down to one thing, it's like monsters allow you to represent anything and make things much more abstract than they would normally do. All right, we actually have Carolyn. So I will say before we bring her on, Celeste also says it's always surprising as a consumer of art and admirer of artists to find out that some of your favorite artists have these struggles that we've been talking about. So I'm going to see if I can bring her on. All right, Carolyn.
Oh my goodness.
Hey.
About some shit, huh?
Well, it was like everything was going wrong. Like my mic all of a sudden out of nowhere just was not being recognized by my computer, and I've used it thousands of times. So
it makes me want to punch Windows 10 in the vagina sometimes.
It does. Well, and I gratefully live with a techie, so I pulled in the cavalry and we got it working.
That's funny, dude.
Yeah.
So we were just talking about art and personal, and like how to and like that art by using art you can kind of imprint your anything on it, and Christy uses art to work out a lot of shit, like work out a lot of stuff. And so I wanted to know, like, do you do the same thing? Do you find yourself working out a lot of stuff with your own art?
You know, I used to all the time. I'm actually coming back to that point, because there was a long time where I was getting crushed by life just left and right.
Yeah.
And having to overcome a lot of stuff that just ended up blocking me from it. Like I was losing my voice. You know, so it was like, so I'm rediscovering my voice now. It's just been, it's
How are you going about that process? Because I know a lot of artists and creators out here are have similar issues where, you know, they've been away from their work for a while, or they feel like they're not connecting with their work, or they feel like they're losing like you know, the piece of some piece of them. And how are you going about that journey to try and rediscover your own voice?
So it's been like it's been a slow, arduous process for me. Part of it's been like, I mean, some people are like, ooh, you know, meditation and things like that, spirituality, but a lot of it was just coming to that self-awareness, so I could, like, you know, ignore all of the stuff that everyone else was trying to push on me, you know, and just take the time to rediscover myself, you know, and then just sort of say, you know what, no, like, I am a person. I have these boundaries. I'm the one living my life. You know, these people don't get to tell me, you know, that I can or can't. I mean,
well, and to do something on their timetable, right? I find a lot of people want you to do stuff on their timetable instead of on your timetable. And then you also look and you see that the other people are like sort of running a race, and you are like barely at the starting line a lot of times. And at least for me, for years, it was very intimidating. It's a lot better now that like I have had a bunch of stuff come out. But when you're standing there at the starting line, like for me, it was like that was the most depressive part.
Yeah, it was sort of various things. Part of it was timetables, but more of it was just, you know, people with their personal way of doing things or their own personal bias and what works for one person may not work for another. And I was getting people, not liking my style, or when I was trying to discover and develop my style more, people were, of course, like, telling me that I couldn't make it, I wouldn't make it, this and that. And then I was seeing left and right people doing something in a similar style I was on the path of, and they were being successful. And I was like, are you effing kidding me? I don't know, because I'm trying to be good.
Oh, you can curse whatever you want. Christy has already blown the roof off the curse.
Yeah, I kind of fuck things up for everybody. So
I knew the minute that I brought Christy on, I would not be able to keep this clean for sure.
No.
Right.
I mean, between her having Demon Bitch and me having Monsters and Other Scary Shit and Katrina Hates Dead shit, just literally saying the names of our work would blow past.
Yeah, it's trying to stay without going on tangents, because all the segues with the way the brain works. But yeah, it was just all the stress from life, because I come from really poor background. There's a couple times where I was kind of homeless, and working, and then in between that, putting myself through school, working 3 jobs, just trying to get by. And so, yeah, and trying to do all of that and trying to do my thing, trying to do on the side, it just wasn't working. And more so as I've been able to discover myself more, and also be able to like put my foot down and be like, no, this is what I want. Like, I love this. As hard as it's been, like, it really like ticks that that part in your checklist where it's like, what, is this something I really want to do? Is this too stressful? It's like, it may be stressful at times, but it's also really rewarding. Like, even though I've gotten a lot of people, naysaying and things like that, it's like, I've also gotten some people who have been very supportive. It was just always like finding the right place, the right time, the right people.
Yeah.
So, and I know with persistence, that tends to be more of where that comes out. So yeah, so I've just been trying to be persistent. So I'm back at the starting line, but I'm at a much better place than I was before, because I had my backbone just completely shattered. Like, not literally, I mean, figuratively, of course. But yeah, because I was put down a lot, not just with like, trying to get into the professional sphere, but just in general, people are bullies.
Fucking assholes, I've noticed.
So yeah, and I'm generally a caring person. I mean, yeah, I could get salty and sassy just like everyone else. But yeah, it's just been that kind of discovery. And I've seen a lot of people facing a lot of like similar struggles, people that have been established, people that have been, going and putting themselves through school, people much older than me, people much younger than me. So yeah, it's definitely an issue. And I mean, mental health, among other things. So.
Right. I think before we go on, I do want to ask you what you're drawing, because now we actually have your live stream up, so we can actually have both of your 2 live streams going. And one of you is drawing a shitbird, and the other one of you looks like you're drawing maybe a Dagon or a Deep One monster, or maybe just a frog.
Yeah, so this is sort of the starting process for actually Bo Craig from the story that Brandy June and I worked on. So like initially it's like, okay, we're going a frog, and then it's like altering it and changing it into being like this like toothy kind of like thing. And I mean, sometimes too, it's like tweaking the proportions. Sometimes like, oh, okay, am I actually happy with the eyes on this one? Do I need to like do other things with it? So this is more of a cartoony aspect of it. I figured I would do like a quick little cartoony doodle, and then try to do something a little bit more like horrific, maybe.
Yeah.
But it's
a little goddamn Murloc from fucking like World of Warcraft sometimes. There's a
right? Yeah, that sort of thing.
Like, what the fuck? Like, would laugh everything those times those things like attacked me on World of Warcraft when I played it.
I miss that. I used to play, and then of course, life changes, and people that you played with, they stop and start and all that stuff. But
yeah.
And you found Brandy from just like from our Facebook group, right? Like this was Brandy June is the writer of her story in the anthology. But you just I feel like that's the story, right?
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's because I know it's funny. You're like this nexus of people, and it was just one of your posts, and she mentioned that she's looking for an artist because the artist she initially had lined up had to drop out, and so then it was just again right time, right place, right person, and I was like, hey, she seems like a nice person. Let me put my hat in. And we got to talking, and I showed her my stuff to see if it was in line, depending on what direction she wanted to go in, if it wanted to be more cartoony or serious or what have you. And and we sort of came up with this. It did help too in production, mostly that she already had this vision for how she wanted it to look. So it did make it easier for me to just be like, oh, okay, so this is the kind of look you want to go with. Let's get started. And Bo Craig, I would have to say is my favorite because I like those sort of cute, horrible things.
Right. It's a very popular thing, the cute and the creepy things together.
Yeah.
How did you find? I'm going to throw this out to both of you. Is how do you find working with somebody for the first time? Because I know both of you have worked with writers who you did not know beforehand. So I'd love for you guys to talk just a little bit about the process that you use to sort of amalgamate yourselves to working with a new person.
I think it's just sorry. I think it's just also like just getting to know them and talking to them. It's amazing what being nice can do. So I mean, I don't know. I've never had an issue getting to meet new people. So for me, it was just like, oh yeah, hey, we're writing, cool. And then we just talk to each other. So, well, what are you looking for? And it's like, okay, you're looking for this, we're looking for that. I don't know if it's really like a set thing. I mean, that's just where I've come from.
How about you, Carolyn?
Well, it's not like I haven't worked with people before, but at least in the comic side of things, it was interesting because I've actually also been to, like some speed meetings sort of things at like some conventions before with like other writers and things. And like working with Brandy, it was really nice because she did have a clear vision of what she wanted. I know there's been some other writers I've talked to where, they're still trying to figure out what they want to do. And I get that. It takes time sometimes and you have to revise things a lot, but
yeah.
But it was really nice, at least in this regard, working with someone who's new, who you got along well with, communication wise, and who's really open and really committed to doing it. Because I've tried to get along with some other people where people talk about wanting to do things, and it either just never happens, or you just never hear from them again for one reason or another. Sometimes life gets busy, or they just it's not something they were actually committed to. But yeah,
that's the worst part, I think. The worst part is to be the other half of that, where like you're the one who's committed and like they're the one not committed.
Yeah, and there have been times in the past where I tried like, maybe I can collaborate with someone because I really wanted to. It's like over 10 years ago, I really wanted to collaborate with people on stuff, and I had people coming forward. But then it came to a point where I realized, oh, you know what? Some of these people, they want me to do all the work. Like, they're going, and I'm not getting paid for this. Is this actually something I'm passionate enough about to be able to do it for free? Or, because there's that whole exposure thing. But at the same time, it's like, is this, either am I going to get paid for it if it's not something, where it's an exposure thing, or is it something where I am personally invested in? And, and then I had to take a step back and be like, you know what, a lot of these people are either trying to take advantage of me, or I really need to pay bills. I need to focus on stuff that I can get paid for, or, value myself more as an artist. And so I took a step back for a while. And so working with Brandy in a collaboration like this was really refreshing, because it's like, oh, someone really wants to do this. And of course it also helped too that, Russell, that you had all this stuff going on with the anthology and everything. And you're, like, you really are on the ball with the hustling. And I mean, I know you've worked really hard. And it's always really been inspiring, just like hearing, your process and things that you've been going through. But yeah, so it was really nice being able to meet other writers who were really wanting to do this. I have a couple other writers that I'm working with on the side for like some personal stuff they want to do. But each person is so different from the other.
Yeah, I mean, for the anthology, I feel like I have to set the pace. Like I have to, I owe it to everybody as the editor to set the pace and like love it the most. Like I'll love your story the most. I love all of the stories, like at least as much, if not more, than like the people who created them. Because without being able to set that pace and like be out there hustling and do all of that stuff, I cannot possibly expect other people to do it, especially because like you are 1/38th of a story, and sometimes you're 1/72nd of a story if you are like one of like half of the group that's working on that anthology. So I've always said it's hard because like sometimes people will message me and be like, are you free to come to this event? Are you free to do this thing? And I always say yes, because like if they're going to be out there, I've always had the opinion that like if they're going to be out there hustling, like I have to at least meet that energy, even though I'm meeting it for 70 creators during this month long. Like if somebody gets excitement going, I have to be there, and I have to be the one, even when I'm in a collaboration, even when I'm paying an artist, to be the one who like loves it, or who expresses their love the most, even if we both love it the same, because I had my part in this, the writing part of it is a fifth to a tenth at least, at most. I'm giving myself a lot of credit as time intensive as the artist's time. So I have to lead the pace, or there's no way that it will ever get done, that I can expect it to ever get done.
Yeah, it's like you got to be the captain.
Well, you got to be a hoe. I'm just joking. You got to be a hoe. Russell's a big hoe. I mean, I do too. So there you go.
You got to work it.
You really do.
Well, I mean, that's how I even got people excited for the first anthology to do it. People like Christy is like, they saw me on the circuit working for like years before I ever asked them to do anything. And I'm very confident that if they had not seen me working around the circuit and they hadn't like watched me like grow my company and sell all of this stuff, that I wouldn't have gotten nearly the level of quality that I got from them. And I definitely wouldn't have gotten the motivation to do to have the Kickstarter go that well, because that first Kickstarter raised $27,000, and like it was the breaking point of my career. And it was, I can attribute it to that I knew what I was doing first, so like I had a plan, but also that like that enthusiasm and that potential for someone to like actually be in something that like they were excited about is exciting. Because I've been in a lot of anthologies now, and a lot of them, like, there's no community building. There's no like the creator like the editor doesn't feel invested in the project. Like they're not out there building the hype. Like they're not out there every weekend selling the book. And then when I get the book, a lot of times, like it feels like it's going to fall apart in my hands. And I did not realize this when I made my own anthology. Like I didn't realize that was a thing. I just assumed that everyone would print the book as well as I printed the book, because like that's what you do. It wasn't until I started getting books that I was like, oh, this must be the disappointment that everyone feels all the time, huh?
Oh.
But I think that's so important, because like you can't expect someone to even come a 10th as excited as you are. So if you want someone to come at a level, you have to like somehow be 10 times above that level, or at least double or triple that level, so you can bring them up to your level.
Exactly. Yeah, like you have to set the pace. Exactly.
So Luke Moore has a question. Luke says, tonight I was supposed to launch my Quickstarter, which is about a two-week 2-week or 3-week Kickstarter campaign for my comic series. I spent about a month promoting this date, but given the current state of affairs, would it be wise to push back a few weeks or launch and then relaunch if it doesn't go well? What do you guys think?
I personally say wait a week to see how it goes, because we just hit, I think, pretty much the major panic areas right now. Like, now it's a state of emergency. So people are out now, like in the first, I think it's weird with people that I've observed, the first few days after you make a huge announcement, they're really hyped about it, blah, 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 blah. And even in there's injections of the media or whatever press you have. Personally, I'd wait a week just to see how it is. To say, hey, like, we decided to postpone it because like everybody's dealing with this, everybody's dealing with economic hardship. We'll let you know when we go. But like, still kind of observe it, and then just say, but we are planning to do this. We're just probably going to push it back a little. And then as after that week, probably put up a more definitive time. That's what I would do personally.
Oh, Carolyn, me and you are actually going through this right now, this moment with a launch. How do you feel? I'll tell you how I feel about it afterwards. But how do you feel promoting it while there's like the world is falling apart?
There was, of course, that initial like apprehension of, this could go either way. Although there was still like that part of me intuition wise where it's like, but I think things will be okay. As much as I want to like panic or worry about it, at the same time, like there's a lot of solid people. You have a system. I mean, that's one of the biggest things, is like when you have structure, when you have stability in that sense, it gives people something that they can look to, and like being able, like, how to put it, like, still being able to push. I mean, yeah, I'm still developing my following. I'm still like, since I'm just starting out again. But it was just one of those things where it's like, well, you won't know until you try, and you're not going to get anywhere if you don't, present some form of normalcy, I guess. It's kind of refreshing, I think, for people having all these things. And I guess in this sense with the Kickstarter, it's kind of nice because people don't have to physically interact, to be able to participate in it, to, receive it, all that stuff. So I guess in that regard, I was sort of looking at it from a practical sort of standpoint. It's like we've already done the steps in building it up. And yeah, I don't know. I might have rambled too much. But.
So I'm of two minds about this, because I do feel kind of dumb, kind of very dumb and silly and like almost rude, like promoting this thing as the world is collapsing. But a couple of people told me that like it was nice to see something good that happened.
Yeah.
And like while all of this bad is coming around, so like there's nothing but joy from us for this Kickstarter. So a lot of people will push a Kickstarter and it won't be very fun to watch, because people will be like bitter during the middle period, and they'll be like very beggy, and they'll be like they will not be positive throughout the experience. And if you fear like that's going to be your thing, or you're going to be messaging people, asking them to back and begging them to back, then I would say don't do it.
Exactly.
Because it's just like never does somebody want to see that kind of negativity or like salesmanshipiness in their post.
Desperation is not profit.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But if you can do it in the way that I feel like we do our launches, is like it's a joyous experience where I see Charlie Stickney, like it's fun to like, wow, my friend's doing how do I, because a lot of people are like, how do I support my friend? And it's like, oh, look, there's a Kickstarter there, and let me I can help them that way. Like a lot of people are looking specifically to like support a lot of artists now. It's possible that it can be good. It's possible that it can be that it can go well for you. We are probably based on data, and I'm not a scientist, but based on what I've seen, like it's just going to get worse until at least April 3rd. So I don't know if like what happens if everybody in April says you're out of work for another month, and then people are going to be like freaking out. But right now, I think we're past the worst of the announcements that we can get because most of the big shows have canceled. Most of the things have like closed, like most everything is closed for the next 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
So what happened to us during that week of launch is Emerald City closed. Everything was closing. So literally,
Yes.
literally like the entire world was like deluging our news feed with like Super Tuesday, which was bad enough. But then like all the comics community was talking about Emerald City closing. And for the past week, it's been talking about Planet Comic Con and all these other shows closing. And now and then like literally the whole world closing. So like the whole like world is closed now, or we expect the whole world to be closed. So I feel like in the next 2 weeks, I don't see what else could happen besides like there are more infections, which will just, of course, that will happen. So I don't know what new news you can get without like zombies coming to walk the earth. So I think I think probably for the next couple of weeks, like people are going to be settling into the new normal. And then in April, you may have another wave of like, well, now everything's closed for April, and then people are gonna like super panic. But I feel like even in my newsfeed, like the world has adjusted where it hasn't before. So, but it really depends. Let's see. Charlie Stickney is running an amazing Kickstarter right now. What does he say? Charlie says, throwing in my 2 unsolicited cents. If your book is finished, I'd say launch. People want entertainment content right now, and they will over the next couple of months. People looking to do online shopping for things that will entertain them on the lockdown. Disney Plus just moved up their Frozen release by 3 months. So I have to agree with Charlie. Like I said, if you can make it positive, and the way you make the experience positive is by like promoting other people's stuff, working together. We do a lot of bundles, and like we're always talking about like different parts of the book, and like every time we hit a goal, it's like a big thing. Even though we've been like, I've been freaking out behind the scenes, I don't think and like we're way behind pace from the last campaign. I don't think you've heard me or anybody talk about that except for now in public, right?
Yeah.
And that's the real important part. Like if it's slow, you've got to find ways to like make it exciting. That aren't like, well, we haven't had a backer in 5 days, guys. Like, why aren't you backing my campaign? Like, if those are the things you're going to be doing, don't launch the book, because we don't need more negativity in the world. But if you can make it a positive experience, then I think you can really cut through all of this negativity that's going on everywhere. People are desperate for positivity.
Well, I think also the thing is that you kind of have to keep people from hamstering. Like, I was kind of at my worst psychologically, because I'm like, really? And it was just everybody was hamstering around me. And, you're one person. Sometimes you can't help but be effective. But what was nice is I just started hiding all the hyper political posts and all the posts of empty grocery stores, because it's like, that's depressing. But like earlier that day, I walked to like my fucking corner market and was able to get all the shit I needed to get. I even went to the store and I just said, like, everybody, there was a huge run on pasta. And I'm like kind of chuckling to myself, well, I was good at like fucking getting extra pasta anyway. Like, I mean, I get pasta for the house, like if I want to eat something simple and I don't want to put too much thought into it. But I'm at this point now where it's like we live in an era of the 24-hour feed. And that is something we need to consider. It will be 24 hours of nonstop, the same old shit. It's like peek in, peek back out. And also make a joke about shit. Now, there's good ways to make jokes about shit and there's not. But, I found that having disgusting, fucked up humor works too. And
it leans into your brand.
Well, yeah, and there's that. But I mean, like, the thing is, I guess what I've learned, and we were talking about this earlier, but I know Carolyn was like working on other stuff. I don't know if she heard it, but it's just like having had a pancreatic tumor and being told you're probably going to have something that will kill you at first to mull it over. And you have to deal with it over the next few days until they figure out what the fuck it is. And I found out in the stages, by the way, they tested along the way to make sure it's not positive, but the problem is that they don't know for certain until they open you up partially. And if you show signs that it's spread, then it's like that. So I didn't know I wasn't out of the woods yet until they finally got into pathology and all that. But my point is that even if you know, like, even if it's this big, scary, looming thing, focus on now. Like right now I have money in my bank account. Right now I'm at home. I have my cats. Right now I have food here. Right now I have hot running water. Right now I have potable water. Right now I have cellular and internet. I'm not trying to say, oh, don't think about bad things. I mean, you can entertain them to a point, but you're going to hamster if you're going to go and focus on those. And sometimes I'm just like, I have these things. I'm going to go watch fucking stupid cat videos like I always do, because that makes me happy. I'm going to make myself a delicious meal. That makes me happy. I felt like I was coming down with something. Okay, well, maybe I don't have the coronavirus. Fine. And I know that might kill me to say that publicly, but I mean, I'm pretty sure people are feeling this right now. But most of the people that are getting sick, and I'm not downplaying being sick. Okay. I'm not, obviously get it checked out. But I was tempted to think, fuck, maybe I have it. Maybe I have this. Maybe I have the symptom. And then I psychosomatically start thinking this, right? Instead of actually looking at what's real or kind of taking my step on a ground or something. It's like, okay, right now I'm going to quarantine myself. I was going to meet a couple of friends. But I said, you know what? I'm feeling under the weather. Let me just not do this. Because you should do that anyway if you have a cold or flu if you can.
Exactly.
But yeah, but it's like right now it's resting and taking care of myself. It's been one hell of a week. I understand that too for people and for me, I wasn't going to Emerald City, but I was going to Wannacon. Now that's postponed. And we're just like, all right, well, fuck. But sometimes when you face the unknown, just focus on what you have right now. I guess it's practicing gratitude. Even if you don't feel happy and thankful, at least like, okay, I have this because this could suck worse.
Right. And on top of it, it also gives you something to work on. Like it's something that's in your control. Like I won't lie, this whole Wannacon experience was just my little way of pulling of like feeling like I was in control of something, and doing the Kickstarter is a way to like focus my energy away from, oh crap, what can I do, to, oh, look at this thing that I'm doing. So just for your own mental sanity, maybe it's worth it to do it. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's like this. I think sometimes maybe, as I said, sometimes I get philosophical. I said, maybe we just kind of need to rest and kind of reevaluate what's important to us in this moment. Like maybe not say such shitty things to each other. Maybe because like with this virus, I'm concerned about my parents. They're in that high risk thing, because what's messed up about this or any flu or cold is that it tends to kill the elderly. Now, my parents are very healthy. Thank goodness for that. But, it made me think of shit like that you dismissively say to an older person, like, okay, boomer, and how you're justified in saying that shit. I'm like, I never really liked it anyway. I didn't correct everybody. It's not my place. But I was like thinking, that's just really shitty. It's like kind of like, oh, I'm throwing back shit at you to a whole generation that apparently dismissed me. It's like, that's just how that's how human nature is. Do I like it? No. But I don't need to say that to every old person that I disagree with. I mean, maybe you need to say to one or two older people. I don't know. But you will always have some assholes of every generation that represent that. But like, maybe it just made us think like, when you say that sounds particularly ugly now, because now they're at high risk, They're the ones that go death sentence, if they get it.
Right. So I'm sorry to cut this short, but we are coming to the end of our hour, and I need to move to the next thing. So, Christy, I'm going to ask you to let people know where we find you, and then Carolyn will come to you for last words.
Okay, www.horrortourstudios.com right there. I've got a shop and donation link. I'm also frequently posting on my own Facebook and generally my social media just to say, hey, here's the shop link. But also on my Facebook personal page, you will be able to post your shop links, and maybe we can all help each other, or donation links or whatever. So
awesome. And and Christy was in the first anthology. And if you do go to CthulhuIsHardToSpell.com and you pick up the first anthology, a portion of those proceeds do go to Christy.
Yeah.
And okay, Carolyn, who's in our second anthology, let us. So what I would like you to do is give us your last bit of advice that you would like people to have when they leave here. It could be your best, something you've talked about already, or something that you're just thinking about for the first time, tell us where we can find your work, and then we'll say goodbye.
Okay, sounds good. Just as a little takeaway, just, guys, remember not to panic. While it's important to be realistic, take stock of what's going on, what's around you, and be mindful. But also, set the pace. Do unto others, kind of a thing. And have faith in yourself, and try to be a better person. And also, for my work, you can find it online. I've got an online portfolio at artofcarolyncarter.carbonmade.com. You can also find me Art of Carolyn Carter on Instagram, as well as Facebook. And I'm posting more on there these days too. So if any of you want to drop a line, or share your work, or or just say hi, I'm opening up more to trying not to be so shy, so that way I can also get to meet new people too. So, and then we also have this lovely Kickstarter that you can find.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. I'm sorry that we only got half of the time with you, Carolyn, but I am glad that you were able to work. That we were able to work it out.
Yes. No. I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much.
All right. So, thank you guys so much. I'm going to go black for a second, get more water, and then I'll be right back. Please go to both Carolyn and Christy's stores, and Cthulhu is Hard to Spell, and get your questions ready for Eddie and Madeline. Welcome back, wannabes and creators, to Wannacon. And now I am going to bring on the next two guests, which are Madeline Holly Rosing and Eddie D'Angelini. All right, here we go. Second hour. Hi, Madeline.
Hi, Russell. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Trying to stay dry. It's actually raining in Southern California.
It's been raining all week. I can't believe it.
And it's going to rain next week, too.
Oh, fun. Well, at least we're all stuck inside for the next 2 weeks. So it's going to be, at least if it's raining, then there's not that FOMO of going outside.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let me bring on Eddie.
Great.
Hi, Eddie.
Hey, how you doing, Russell?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine.
All
Hi,
right.
Eddie.
Hey, Madeline, how are you?
I'm good. I missed our panels together.
Yeah. Well,
We're having one right now, though.
We're having so we're here. Yes.
Awesome, guys. So I think the best thing to do at the beginning is to just introduce yourself. And then, we'll go into, I've got a bunch of questions. And if you are in the audience, have questions, please do ask it, because this is the time. This is really, I've talked to Madeline a bunch of times on on my own podcast and asked her a ton of questions. And I talked to Eddie quite a bit. So this is really for you. If you have a question, let us know in either of in any of the streams, and they will get to me. Meanwhile, Madeline, how about you start?
Sure. My name is Madeline Holly Rosing. I'm the writer-creator of the steampunk supernatural comic, Boston Metaphysical Society, which also includes a 6-issue miniseries, 3 sequels, a novel, an anthology, 4 stories, and a coloring book. So, yeah, and for those of you who are not familiar with the story, it's about an ex-Pinkerton detective, a spirit photographer, and a genius scientist who battle supernatural forces in late 1800s Boston.
Awesome. And how about you, Eddie?
I am the writer and artist of the comic strip Collectors, which is the misadventures of my wife and I, and all the nerdy stuff she has to put up with living with an obsessive comic book collector.
Yes, and you also are such an obsessive comic book collector that you own a comic book store.
Yeah, for the last 5.5 years, I've been co-owner and manager of Heidi Ho Comics in Santa Monica, California.
Yay, go Heidi Ho.
One of my favorite stores in LA. If you guys are in Santa Monica, you should definitely check it out. And that comes to the fact that the thing that I think is the most pressing thing for both of you. We just finished talking about Kickstarter, which you guys are both have had Kickstarters. But I really want to talk about getting into stores and what it takes to get into a store. And Madeline, you just went through this process with SourcePoint Press.
Yes.
So for this this exercise, we don't need to talk about getting the publisher, because that's like a whole different scenario. But and which I think has been very well covered. But I would love for you to talk first, and Eddie to add things as well about, like, from the process that it gets into Diamond, like, what are you as a creator doing to make sure that the people are getting it, are looking at it, because that Diamond catalog is like 1,000 pages long.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. I am fortunate in that SourcePoint, man, they kick ass, and they work from their end, from their newsletter, and getting the word out. But what is incumbent upon me and all the creators who are associated with SourcePoint I literally make cold calls to retailers during that month-long preview period, and I pitch the comic. I introduce myself. I pitch the comic. Tell them where they can get it. If they show interest, and most are polite enough to show some interest, I'll follow up with an email with a digital copy of the comic, and then I keep that email list. And then as each issue comes out, I follow up with an email letting them know that the next issue is available. In fact,
how did you build that? How did you build that list from the first time?
Well, I had gotten various strategies for that, and the first one was to go to the website I think it's comicshop.locators.com, and you look up various zip codes and areas, and it will list the comic book stores, but what it didn't do was tell you the comic book stores that were closed or out of business or something. So what I found to be a better strategy was the major cities that I wanted to hit. I would Google 10 best comic book stores in, Chicago, in Atlanta, in Philadelphia. And what's nice about Google is that when it brings up the map and it brings up on left-hand column a little bit about the store. So if they were, since mine's an independent comic and it's very niche, steampunk supernatural, it's not a superhero thing. I would see if the stores supported indies. Not all the time they would say, but a lot of times it would say, independent comics, or sometimes it would just stress, Marvel, DC, Superstore kind of place. And then I wouldn't even really waste my time there because that's probably not where my audience is going to be. And I would pick, 6 to 10. And through that list, I could actually tell if the place was still in business. So I wasn't wasting my time. And then I started pulling together my initial list from that. It's very, very time consuming.
There's no centralized real place. Like every creator I talk to seems to have a similar process where they go and they are building this list from scratch, and it takes hours. But this is like the process once you already have a publisher and you have a date and you're in Diamond.
Yes.
Most people that I talk to are creators think that once you're in Diamond, like that's it, you're just set and the publisher does everything. But you're spending, and most of these creators are spending dozens of hours cold calling these stores and communicating with them.
Yes, and what was really nice is that a couple of the managers, because you always ask, may I speak to the person who's in charge of ordering, please? And a lot of times that, obviously that's either the manager and a lot of times the owner of the store. I had a couple guys simply say, hey, the fact that you bothered to spend the time to call me and introduce yourself, I'm going to pick up just a couple copies from that and see where it goes. And, you say, thank you very much. And you follow up with a thank you email. And hope for the best that, they'll like it. Someone in the store will advocate for it. There's really only so much you can do, but the cold calling really is very important.
Every single independent creator that I know personally who's had success in stores, especially when ones that came from nowhere, to like have their first book do well, did exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So Eddie.
Yes.
I would like to just tell you that there's a lot of popping on your end for the audio.
I'm noticing that when I listen to you guys as well, it's popping. I'm wondering if I put earbuds in, if that's going to fix the problem.
Possible. Let's try it.
Let's give it a
Try
shot.
That. You also got a couple of. I'll send a couple of comments that have come in time with this, which is DTH 1971, who was on yesterday, says nice Marvel Now Wolverine sketch cover there.
Oh, thank you.
She also they also ask, are comic stores still open during the COVID-19 scare?
Okay, well, I'll talk about this for a little bit, and I want to jump into what Madeline was talking about calling shops. But let's start with this. Yeah, we are still open. We're a retail store. There's just no way that we could just close down. Closing down would mean going out of business. What we've done is, and we had a big staff meeting about this a few weeks back. What we've done is completely ramp up our cleaning procedures at the shop. Normally we would clean the like, for instance, the bathroom. It would get cleaned 2-3 times a day. Person opening up the shop would clean it. And by cleaning it, I mean, clean the toilet, wipe everything down, disinfect everything. And usually the next person who come in on the closing shift would do that sometime within their shift or at the time of closing. We would constantly be cleaning and dusting the shop anyway, but now we've really ramped up to where the bathroom is being cleaned continuously throughout the day, because we do a lot of gaming. So there are a lot of people that are there playing Magic or Pokemon for extended periods of time. And, so they're using the restroom, so we are cleaning it continuously throughout the day. We've ramped up to where we are now literally wiping down everything in the shop, touchable surfaces, doorknobs, the fridge area, all of the seats and tables where people play. So we can't afford to just close down and wait for this to blow over. Our business definitely has kind of lightened up. We've noticed it's really slowed down, but we let all the regulars know, especially the Magic people that are there playing continuously, hey, we're cleaning this place constantly. We're making hand sanitizer available to those players that are there for extended periods of time. And we're letting them know, hey, we're taking care of this best we can.
Awesome. And one of the Facebook users left a comment. What is your store again?
Heidi Ho Comics in Santa Monica, California, 412 Broadway.
If you know LA at all, it is like literally spitting distance from the promenade. And the big Santa Monica, what do they call that Santa Monica like mall area?
Yeah, the mall. It's got an actual name, but I
the big mall. It's like it's like 2 stories outside. It's like right by where the old Cafe Crepe used to be, which breaks my heart that it's no longer there. But on that side of it,
right,
so,
right where the 3rd Street Promenade ends, that's where the mall is, right there on that side.
Oh, is that the ending? I didn't know if it was the ending or beginning. Or
it's. Well, depending which I guess, whatever you consider the beginning of the ending, I consider that the beginning since I'm on that side. So beginning of the promenade is right where the mall is on the other side of the street.
Well, it's pretty much the only thing that I go to visit when I'm up there. So now let us go back to talk about Madeline and how you like to be approached by creators, or if you think that the calling of the store is an effective strategy. But first, I think
Can I break in 1 second? Because I wanted to make one comment regarding what Madeline said. It's absolutely the best thing you can do is to introduce yourself to the shop person, the manager, whoever does the ordering, either with a phone call or if you're available to, if you're in a big city and you got several shops, go in and introduce yourself face to face, because that is definitely the most effective way. I understand some creators aren't in big cities and can't do that, but definitely introducing yourself is key. But what I will add to that, please do not do it on a Tuesday or a Wednesday.
Yeah.
I've had creators call me on those days, and I have to cut them short. And frankly, it aggravates me, and it makes me want to support them less. Not to sound mean, but for those people who don't know, most shops on Tuesdays get their shipments of new books and trades for the week, and they're literally running around crazy, getting all the stuff checked in, getting it set aside for pull customers, and getting it ready for the shelves. And the last thing they need is someone calling them and taking precious minutes of their time trying to pitch their book. Same thing with Wednesday. It's new comic book day. Usually there's a line at the register if it's a busy Wednesday, and just not a good time. If you're going to call me at my shop, I tell you the best time you can do it is Monday morning. 10, 11, up to noon is great, because it's Monday, the shop is dead. I can talk to you all I want. So just be conscious of that when you call, that you're taking up someone's time and they may not have any. So just be aware of when you call.
I will add that a lot of stores do take off on Mondays. If they do take a day off, like often Monday is their day. So I used to call.
What is that?
There are stores that take it that Monday off, because it's usually the least busy day. So you may if you call on Mondays, you may like hit a lot of not open stores.
True.
But it is a good day to, even if you leave a message and then call back on Thursday or Friday, is probably, I don't know, what's the next best day besides Monday to call? It's definitely not Saturday or Sunday.
Thursday or Friday earlier in the day. Don't call on the weekends. Try not to do it on a Tuesday or a Wednesday. Just any other day of the week, but not the weekends for sure.
Yeah.
You just want to be conscious of that time.
Yeah, I was educated by Bob Sally, who does Salvagers and Ogres through SourcePoint, and he told me right off the bat, he said, you call Monday, Thursdays, and Fridays. And that's it, because exactly what Eddie said. You guys are busy on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and a lot of times the managers are not available on Saturdays or Sundays.
Yeah. And also be aware of the fact that I know from my personal experience, I walk into the shop when I'm working on any particular day. As soon as I walk in, I've got about a dozen things that need to get done. And the last thing I want is people constantly distracting me and needing things from me. So if you do call, my best recommendation, keep it short, get an email address, and follow up that way, because I'd love to hear about it. But you know what? If you send me an email, especially with maybe a link to read a advanced copy, I appreciate that so much more.
Awesome. Yeah. And as someone who used to call across the country, if you want to call everybody on Monday and you have a Monday morning available, you could start calling East Coast stores and then move to the mid, like Central Time and then Mountain Time. And you can pretty much, if you do 10 an hour, you could hit one city every hour and still be done by 10 o'clock your time. Because for me at least, I would start at like between 6 and 7 a.m. or maybe between 7 and 8, and I would just call throughout the day. It would get later until the stores on the West Coast. So if you sort of stack it like that, you could do a lot of damage across the country and still then be home in time, or be done in time for doing whatever else you have to do. So we have another question from Lydia, which is, how easy is it for you to work with distributors, or is it better for you to work with stores directly? Are there places that only accept one or the other? And I have no experience. I have very little experience with this, so I'll leave it to I think Madeline. From my experience, while stores like Heidi Ho will order directly from creators, that is not normal. Most of them do not order directly from people and will order through Diamond, because Diamond is sort of the centralized hub. But Madeline has now done both, where she has worked with she's done Boston Metaphysical on her own and now with SourcePoint. So maybe she's the perfect person to ask this question to.
When I was calling around locally and introducing myself to, essentially at that point was a self-published comic, to get it into local comic book stores, it depended on the store and the manager. I mean, there's some stores that really like to support local creators, and others who simply, their clientele don't care about independent comics. They only want DC or Marvel, and which is fair. They only have X amount of space on their shelves, and they have to put out what will sell. I think it gives you more credibility if, when you're making that phone call or you're walking into a store and making an introduction, you can say like, hey, we're in the previews of Diamond, page number whatever, and I'd like to introduce myself in my comic, and here's my pitch. Here's a copy, either digital or hard copy. I think it just makes it easier. It's an easier sell, because by the time it's gotten to Diamond, it's already been vetted by a publishing company, and also by Diamond.
Right. And it makes it easy, because that, I'm assuming for Eddie, I'd love to hear what you have to say about this, but I'd love for you to first talk about like the Diamond catalog and like what it looks like. And because I think that people don't really have a sense of like what the job of ordering from this catalog is and what it's like to have to do that and then order from individual creators as well.
Yeah, well, if anyone's old enough, you remember what the giant phone book that would show up on your front door would look like. That's the Diamond catalog. Now, every single month as a shop owner you have to go through that catalog and pick out what you're going to order. You can't order everything because that's a surefire way to just go out of business and waste all your money. So you literally have to sit there and pick and choose. Obviously, when you got Marvel and DC and Image, you got the main titles that everybody orders, so that's a no-brainer. You go through those pretty easily. But you've got so many publishers in there and so many products that it's literally educated guessing every month. What do I order? How much of this do I order? And sometimes you get it right. A lot of times you get it wrong. And as far as a smaller creator being in Diamond, sad to say, it's not an end all be all. Once you get into Diamond, it's not like, okay, I've made it, because most likely your book, the listing for your book, is probably buried on some page somewhere that most people don't even see. Because a lot of times, the person doing the ordering is going to go to DC, then they'll flip over to Marvel, then they'll flip over to Image, and they're bypassing all that little stuff that's only a page or two. And unfortunately, unless you're out there making the contact with somebody, you're probably never getting seen. Not unless you're getting picked up by Marvel or DC or Image or something, someone big. So unfortunately, it's getting in Diamond is not the end all be all. It's not the only way to go. There are plenty of shops, mine included, that are more than happy to carry and order directly from independent creators. We have a section in our shop called Neighborhood Watch, which is basically a whole section of books from local creators who aren't available through Diamond. Actually, a couple of them are. You've got Holly, you've got David Pepos with his Going to the Chapel book, and David Schrader with Baby Badass. But most of them, including mine as well, are ones that aren't available through Diamond and you cannot get anywhere else except, if the creator goes to the shop and says, would you carry my book, and works out a deal. And I'm more than happy to do that. Even if someone's book is in Diamond, like David Pepos, I'd rather go directly to him and buy it from him than order it from Diamond. Why? Because the money goes into his pocket. So it's just, I think, one way to support, as a shop owner, to support my local creator friends.
Yeah, I actually put a Kickstarter retail tier on my Kickstarters, literally just for Eddie. Like, this is the only person that I put it on there for. I wouldn't put it on there if he didn't ask me every time. Because one time I didn't do it, and then he yelled at me, and so I just do it every time now.
I highly recommend it. You need, and I'm sorry, Russell, I've been busy with all this crazy stuff going on. I know you've got one going on now, and I didn't check if you have a retailer one, so I do jump on there.
I have two retailer. I actually doubled the retailer ones just in case someone wanted like 20 books instead of 10 books.
Okay. You can probably understand that I've been a little distracted with other things going on.
It's been a busy. I don't know if I can remember a busier week for the entirety of humanity than like I saw in the past 2 weeks. So
can I give one piece of advice?
I have always had a retailer reward on my Kickstarter.
Yes, yes, Andy, you can.
It's a no-brainer.
Yes, and I actually have two versions. I have like for the last one, because we had both the third sequel to the series and the coloring book, I had a retailer one for just the new short graphic novel, and then I had a one for the short graphic novel and the coloring book. And I also do it for specific shops that I've made friends with over the years. There's one up in Washington, Olympic Cards and Games, and I do it for them because they pick it up every year.
Yeah.
So
back
great.
to you, Eddie. You wanted to leave a...
Just as far as dealing with local creators who don't go through Diamond and sell directly to shops, there's just one piece of advice that so many local creators seem to resist, but please, please, please do this. It makes my life as a retailer who has employees, it makes our lives so much easier. And I don't know what the resistance to this is. put a cover price on your comic or book. Yeah, you're not distributing through bookstores, and you don't feel like maybe you don't need to get a barcode for it, or being that strict as far as how the book looks. But please put a cover price on it. Get a cover price printed up. Make that as part of your cover design, please, because there's a lot of local creator books in my section that don't have it, and it frustrates me, because I know how much their book is, because I know what I paid for it and what it's going out. But with nothing there, I've got to either make some type of sign to make it known to the person buying it, or more importantly, to my employee who is behind the register, who gets this book. It has no price on it. They don't know that it's from the local creator section. They may not know the book or that particular creator, and they don't know what to do. And I will get texts from my employees throughout the week of saying, hey, what is this book? How much is it? Because they have no clue. So please put a cover price on your book. Yeah, it makes my life so much easier.
I don't understand that.
Yeah, I don't either.
That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
I mean, will tell you the argument that I got. They said, well, I don't want to put a cover price on it because I want to be able to adjust what price I sell my book for at different shows, maybe more here or more there. And I said, well, the solution is just put your top price on the book. And if you want to sell it for that at whatever shows, that it goes for the top price. And if it's a show that you think it's going to sell for less, just put a sign out saying, hey, show special. It's only this much now.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you, I put ISBNs on all my books, and I price it for Amazon. But at shows, I always give a discount. So, like for the 44-pager, short graphic novel, you flip it over, it'll say, $11.99, which is what I sell it for on Amazon. But at a show, I sell it for $10. And so what's really nice about that, so it's all set up and ready to go for Amazon. And because right now, to make it clear, the 3 sequels are currently not with SourcePoint. I sell those individually, from myself. They only have the original 6-issue miniseries and the trade paperback. So, and I know, yeah, you're right. You want to put that top price there.
Yeah, please.
I agree completely. Yes.
Yeah, I agree too.
And then you can adjust. And then it actually makes people feel good when they look and, they're like, oh, it's, like 11. I said, no, it's, it's $10. You're at a con. It's special price for the con. And I go like, oh, yeah. Okay. And then they're all happy.
Exactly.
All right, Eddie. Our good friend Celeste asks, "Is Free Comic Book Day a go?" Which is my question that I was going to ask you too, or do you not know yet because it's May?
Look, it's kind of up in the air, but I really am looking at alternate ways of doing this, because originally the plan was to really do something big, but now that just seems like it's not a realistic possibility. It seems like it's not that far away. So it's a very good possibility that we may still be in a situation where people are told, stay home, avoid crowds. And what's the biggest crowd for any comic book shop? It's Free Comic Book Day. On top of that, there's a lot of creators right now, especially, who are reluctant to commit to any show and thinking, I maybe just don't want to be in those crowds. So this is a tough one. But in all honesty, I'm kind of ramping down my plans and thinking I'm going to still do it, but I'm going to do something on a much smaller scale. And along with that, for anyone who knows anything about gaming, the shop also has a pretty large Magic the Gathering community. And every 3 months, a new set comes out, and there's a big pre-release weekend where the shop is just jam-packed from literally Friday evening straight through Sunday of people playing with the new set. And we get a crowd of anywhere of 40 to 50, sometimes 60 people in there throughout the weekend playing. And the company that puts out the new sets, that does the cards, Wizards of the Coast, is now recommending that stores do not do that, because pre-release is actually next weekend or next month in April. And they're saying that we are recommending that stores not hold an in-store pre-release event, but still make the product available for sale for people to, do draft events on their own at home in smaller groups. So, that's already next month. And then that is followed directly by Free Comic Book Day. So it seems like the industry as a whole is kind of maybe ramping down to doing something smaller and safer. And I think that it would be irresponsible of me to put out the time, energy, and money to plan something huge if it's just something that everyone is not going to be on board with.
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to do it. I'll still commit to coming if you have something.
Well, most likely, see, we were going to have, like we did last year, have it off-site in a larger area to where we can have more creators, fit more people. But now I'm thinking that maybe I don't want to do that, and I'm going to instead have a bit of a smaller event, just keep it in the store.
Right. That makes sense. I think you could still,
Yes.
it's not as big as your old store, but it's still a pretty good size for a store.
It is. And in fact, we've done this in the past, not for Free Comic Book Day, but we did another event that you may have seen us post about, PrideCon, where we hosted a number of different LGBTQ creators. And we did that all completely in the store. And I think we had more than a dozen creators set up like in an Artist Alley situation right in the store. So
I'll tell you that I did a Free Comic Book Day once, and it was at Big Red Comics, which I don't think exists anymore in Orange.
No.
But their store is tiny, and they had like 4 creators, maybe 8 creators, and it was the most bananas Free Comic Book Day I've ever had because like everybody had to snake through and like see everything, and some of them were in line for like 30 minutes to get in the back, and the comics were in the back. So like literally you just had like an audience of comics books fans, some of them standing in front of you for like 5-10 minutes. And like I had the most bananas sales day I've ever had. Like I think I did double what I normally do on like a Free Comic Book Day.
You had a captured audience, Russell.
Yeah, well it's right, like they're right there, and like some people think like bigger is better, and sometimes smaller.
Sometimes it's not. Because you've got a smaller group of vendors who have that large audience rather than like, normal Free Comic Book Day where it's a big event with so many different vendors to choose from. You've got less vendors for all these people to choose from. And it just means, hey, just more for you, right?
Right. And some people just don't, there's less, like if you do a huge event, sometimes there's only, like your store only gets a couple of hundred people through it on Free Comic Book Day. And if you've got 30 vendors versus that same 300 people with 10 vendors, like they're going to like clean up instead of like having to spread that money all around.
Exactly. So that's where my head is at for Free Comic Book Day. I definitely don't want to cancel it, but unfortunately, my original plans of doing something big, I think maybe just it's a little irresponsible right now. And if Russell, you've been to the shop and we've done like our after hours events on a Saturday for like Stranger Comics or whatever, you see how much room you have in there when you move because all our fixtures are on wheels. You move all those fixtures out to the front of the shop. It's pretty big.
Yeah. There's like a dance floor potential. There's like tons of room in there when you have everything.
Yeah. So I don't think that we'll be at a loss to do something good, but just keep it smaller and safer.
No, I mean, I was at Jeffrey's Comics for a signing last week, which is the sister store, and like your store's way bigger than that. So like that was a good size space still, even for a comic book store.
Yeah.
All right. Let's try and bring Madeline back into this conversation because, you guys have both run Kickstarters. I'm running a Kickstarter right now. Mm-hmm. And I know we just had a bunch of questions we helped Luke Moore with a bunch of Kickstarter stuff. So I would like to know how you keep a Kickstarter positive throughout the entire campaign, because a lot of creators get a little bit down in the middle of a campaign when like they're not getting a lot of backers and they're not getting a lot of traction, and they have a tendency to go negative. Let's just call it go negative. And I would love to hear how you keep that energy and turn it around and like keep the energy positive, especially in a time where like people are desperate for positivity in a world that's like burning down around them. So what do you think, Madeline?
I hustle for podcasts and interviews. I'm literally on Facebook and Twitter, looking at different, and just sometimes I just watch the feeds, and you have that running, and seeing what pops up, along with just doing Google searches and Twitter searches of who does podcasts, and seeing if they're going to their website, seeing what's appropriate. You send them emails. I do a lot of that, both actually before and during the campaign. I always set up at the least 3 podcasts before we even launch that will run during the campaign. And then during the campaign, I'm constantly hustling for more interviews or podcasts. And what I mean by interviews is, sometimes they'll send you an email list of questions. You fill it out and they post it on a website, and then you share everywhere.
But because every time you have one of those, it's a new opportunity to share something new, right?
Oh, well, yeah, absolutely. And I also try to reach out to podcasts I've never been on before, particularly in the second and third week of the campaign. Because there's people I can always call up before the campaign and say, hey, I'm running another campaign. And they'll say, that's great, let's get you on. So, I'm kind of a regular once a year. And some of them even know to expect the email or phone call from me. But it's really important to hit podcasts you've never done before, because then you hit an entirely new audience. And I think I got onto 3 or 4 new podcasts this past time, and that was really, really helpful. And plus, they're just a lot of fun, because you get to talk to people who are like you, who are geeks and nerds like you, and you talk about fun stuff, and you focus. Yeah, you do have to sell your product and talk about the Kickstarter, but mainly go have fun. And that's what helps bring the positivity up.
How about you, Eddie? What do you think?
Well, it's a tough one for me to answer, because I haven't done a Kickstarter for a while. I did Kickstarters for my first two books. 3 and 4, I was able to just pay for the print run outright. Not that I had anything against doing a Kickstarter for it. I just had the money available, thankfully. I had adopted, for the last 2 books and for the one I'm finishing up now, I adopted this idea that any money that I make at shows throughout the year, mainly by credit card purchases, it's just, I forget about it. I just leave it in my PayPal account and I forget all about it. And I just let it build and build and build. And then when it's time to do the print run, it's right there. And I just go ahead and do it. I don't have to wait for the 30 days for a Kickstarter to run, and then the time after that to get the funds. It's just quicker and easier for me, and I've just got the book right away.
Well, how do you keep the positivity when like a promotion you're running at the store is not going well, or like, when something goes bad?
I don't. Do you remember a while back when I came crying to you, Russell?
Yes. What time? For me, I guess I'll answer, because it's my. Oh, let's see. Someone just posted a comment, so maybe we'll go to that one. Hey guys, I think Madeline is right on the money with the podcast. Also, I feel like most creators' biggest mistake is to not set up enough press coverage ahead of time to be run on the onset of a campaign. They wait to be in that week 2 slump to realize that they need the press boost. By then, not only is there no time, but also your narrative has become that you have a stalled campaign. Yes. This is so absolutely true, and
yes.
I mean, I love the press. I love doing podcasts. The biggest thing that I tell creators, though, is like, don't rely on the press to make to make or break your campaign. Yeah. Press is best when it's considered as a building mechanism. So like, you're building with each press contact more and more authority. I'm not saying they don't bring backers. They do bring backers, and they do bring people to your work. But press, I think, is best utilized when it is what is considered in the scope of a career, which is a lot harder for someone at the beginning of their career to think about. But every time I do a show, I hear, oh, I found you like a year ago. I read your like an article on Bleeding Cool or an article here, and then this campaign is happening now. So it's usually like the beginning of a circle of someone beginning to pay attention to you, and not necessarily a driving mechanism for any individual campaign. But I don't know. I might be. What do you think, Madeline?
Well, I would add something. One thing that did happen differently this time is I was approached by like 4 or 5 other creators, and we were all launching at about the same time. And they had ins to, I think, 3 or 4 different comic newsy type websites. And so they took the angle in their pitch letter to them saying like, hey, we're 5 independent creators. We're all launching around the same time. We're working together to have successful campaigns, which, not many people, not a group has worked together like this before. Would you like to interview us? And, and there was a list of who we are and everything. And we got interviews from every single one of them. But as far as a positivity angle, we also had each other to talk to. So when things were going slow, we could talk to each other and support one another while these interviews and other things were going on. I will note that we also did cross-promote each other during the campaign as well. So we were working together on a variety of different levels, both promotional and also personal.
Absolutely. Now, if we're talking about that part of it, about the promotion, about the keeping positivity for creating, that is the kind of stuff that actually does drive immediate sales.
Yeah.
It's so interesting because that is literally the question that Lydia just asked. With how many Kickstarters and crowdfunding, with how many Kickstarters or crowdfunding though, how do you find a narrative that people want to cover beyond, hey, I'm running a Kickstarter or I wrote a book, back my Kickstarter?
Yeah, I mean I didn't come up with it. The guys approached me, and I said, sure, let's do this. Sounds awesome. And so they approached the different websites and press with this angle of like, we have banded together to have each of us have successful campaigns and to support one another. So it was just a slightly different angle, and which I think interests them. So yeah, if you're going to be looking at the press and positivity, you do have to find a different angle.
Yeah. So with press, I always say you need to make it newsy, which is helpful when you're doing a Kickstarter, because Kickstarters are already like newsy, right? Like,
yeah,
that's why most people are doing their most promotion. That's why this month I'm running myself ragged to do like 10 or 15 podcast interviews, plus I'm doing this, plus I was doing shows. Like, I don't usually do this much work. It just so happens that I've run 2 Kickstarters this year, and so it feels like I'm like going inside the tank a lot more. But for me, a newsy item would be like, we have Paul Jenkins or Christian Gossett or one of the people who like would be relevant to writing an article about, or this book is on its 5th issue, or this book deals with like I have a book which deals a lot with like abuse and depression and things like that, and like reaching out to podcasters who talk about that, or newspapers that talk about that. And using that as the angle to get in is always something that is better than running a Kickstarter. It's like, I have this book about mental abuse. I have this book about steampunk, and it's about it's not about like the people you normally see in steampunk, or like you have the Charles, who's the one inventor who's in your book, Madeline.
Well, there's Granville Woods.
Yes, Granville.
Granville.
It's like it's not one that I see a lot in like steampunk comics. You see, like, so like being able to poke that person up is like a way to get in. That's not just I'm running a Kickstarter. Going to the steampunk community and saying maybe like, hey, I'm running this Kickstarter. One of the main characters is Granville, who like, you know, you don't usually see in steampunk, and like, here's what it's about. And do you want to do an interview or review on it? Is something that I've always found helpful.
Yes. And I mean, I was also fortunate when I ran mine in January. Let's see, it went into February, and February was Women in Horror Month. So I got to piggyback off of, you know, some of the, you know, Women in Horror Month podcasts and things like that. So, you know, you have to see if the industry is doing, you know, something like that. You know, if it's national, you know, International Women's History Month, or, you know, whatever month, to help promote whatever you're doing, if it's applicable.
Right. I want to come back to something that Madeline said and loop Eddie back in, because for me, the way to keep positive and the way to keep energy up is to do cross promotions with other people. Like that's for me, that's I am always, like, every day pretty much I'm on Kickstarter during a campaign looking at other campaigns that are in my range, that are in my genre, that I could like do a cross promotion with. I'm always finding people who are already launched or are about to launch at the same time. I am part of a comics sort of like comics membership site that every month, whenever there's somebody everyone who's doing a campaign is kind of in this group chat to like talk with each other. All of those things for me keep the positivity, because anytime I'm like, what should I do? I'm like, aha, I could talk about another project. Every time I can do that.
Yeah, I mean, I do a lot of cross promotion as well, and that's critical. And a lot of that has been done. I do it both ways. One, I've run 7 successful Kickstarters, so over the course of that time, I've made a lot of friends, and so we help each other. We always back each other up if we're going to be running a campaign. But yes, I do exactly what you do. Is I check out the other campaigns. See what's appropriate to cross promote with. My stuff is usually around PG-13, so I'm not going to cross promote with someone who's doing, you know, something that's not suitable for work. But I'll, you know, if it's a steampunk theme or fantasy or a historical, you know, that's perfect.
Yeah. So I also want to talk to Eddie about this also, because I didn't do it this time because like I thought I would be at Emerald City Comic Con and like this is, but I usually try to set up something with a store at the beginning of the campaign, and Eddie was nice enough to host us a couple of years ago, which is another way to cross promote, especially because Eddie's store is very friendly to Kickstarters, as someone who does Kickstarter. So when he hosted us, like I think we made like maybe like $1,200 in that like 4-hour stretch we were there. We put a live stream up. We talked about the shop. We like made it kind of a thing. And I would love Eddie to take that rambling comment and make some sense of it.
I didn't know you did that well. So wow, congrats. I didn't know what the numbers were.
Well, we didn't make that much on the like at the store, because it's weird to be in the store, but just overall the promotion that we ran between the store and
that's
online.
What I meant. The overall just exposure all around is just such a boost. So I could not hear anything that Madeline said for like the last 5 minutes. So I don't know what exactly
we were talking about cross promotion. And cross-promoting with other creators. And I was specifically bringing it back to maybe making a live event or doing something outside of just being in your house, because then you have the energy of a store or like a location and the creative boost of having other creators there maybe.
So I'll, going kind of a little outside the box, I'll tell you a story about one of my collaborations I did with another creator. I'm friends with another webcomics creator who does a comic strip somewhat similar to mine. The main characters in his strip are himself and his wife, kind of slice of life kind of thing. So we both publish our webcomics weekly on Sunday mornings, just like the Sunday Funnies. So one week we did a strip where my two characters, myself and my wife Kristen, did an appearance in his comic strip, and then himself and his wife did an appearance in my comic strip. So it was like the same gag and the same little story, but from the two different angles. So that was like a fun, creative way to for his readers to find out who I am, and for my readers to find out who he is.
I love it. I love that kind of stuff because that's everybody. So everybody, I find too often, people think of their self like their own bubble, and like I don't have very many fans, and so like what am I going to do with these 50 people who backed my Kickstarter, or these 20 people that buy my thing, or these 100 people that read my webcomic? Like it's not enough to like live off of. But if you start thinking of yourself as like a piece of a puzzle of 20, 30, 50, 100 other people, the anthology we're running right now is I'll put the anthology we're running right now is 70 creators who are all hanging out, talking about their their work and all working together. And when I did that first one, it was not popular. Like it wasn't like I was a popular creator. It was because there was 50 of us with our little audiences becoming one person with a huge audience, or like one bigger audience where it's a piece of a whole. And so no matter how small or large you are, you can always cross-pollinate your work with other people's work, whether it's giving it away in a bundle, or me and Madeline often work together to do like mailing list builders or something, but something where you're working with other people allows you to be a part in a cog. And when you're a part in a machine, that's like, then it's a lot easier to keep that positivity.
Sure. And it's also easier for you to go farther with 2 or 3 people putting in that same amount of work than just you trying to put all that work in yourself.
Right. The secret is, though, you have to like the actual people, like the books and the creators. What I find too often is that creators are just plugging other books or stuff that like you can tell they don't care about, and then they're saying that it doesn't work. And like, of course, it doesn't work because like the people want to find other stuff that you jam out on. But they don't just need it to be anything. It's not anything, but like if you can do what Madeline does and work with people that have a like audience, and like you like their work or you like them, at least you have a way to like introduce people to each other, and you can all be going on the same journey together. What do you say to that,
Definitely.
Madeline?
I would completely agree. You probably know Ray Chow, Skies of Fire, and he currently has a Kickstarter going on right now, Glow.
Yeah.
And I stumbled onto Skies of Fire years ago when he launched the first time. I loved it. And, finally I met him at a con, introduced myself. And though he had done well on Kickstarter, he's like, I don't know if I want to go back to Kickstarter again. It was he goes, I don't know about the second issue. And I'm going like, no, dude, you have to go back. You have to go back. You'll do great. And of course, he did, and they've done terrific. It's an outstanding series, and Ray is great, and I knew I'd be doing an update for my last Kickstarter this past week, and so I let him know. I said, hey, I'm gonna go plug Glow, your latest fantasy that's running right now. There's another plug for you, Ray, if you're listening. And because you've been such a great friend, and you've plugged Boston Metaphysical in the past, and he says, oh great, thank you very much. And I just said, we've got to support each other. We've got to keep each other's backs, because together we're stronger than we are apart. And he just was like going thumbs up all the way up in the messaging, and but that's the way it works.
Right. I actually plugged a Ray's book too because it's finally in my wheelhouse. Like Skies of Fire is not in my wheelhouse, but like Glow is. I saw that one and I was like, well, that is like a guaranteed like fans of mine will enjoy fans of this book. So I really love Ray's work too. And that book, man,
Yeah.
it looks like an animated movie. Like it's
Beautiful.
so.
It's
I saw a sample at San Diego last year of like some of the panels or maybe the first issue or something. And like, God, I was like blown away by it.
Yeah.
Well, yes. Well, unfortunately, this is the end of our hour together. So what I would like for you to do is each of you to tell your best piece of advice to a creator who's just starting out. It could be something we talked about already or something that we haven't talked about yet, and then plug where we can find you. The links are on the screen, though. Collectorscomic.com, Metaphysical Society, BostonMetaphysicalSociety.com. So please go there. Both Madeline and Eddie were going to be at WonderCon, and it got canceled. So, like, let us please go and support them. So I will start. Madeline talked for the majority of more of the time, so I'll let her go first, and then I'll give Eddie the last word.
Well, piece of advice, there's so many. Just keep plugging away. Don't stop, no matter what anybody says. And there are people out there like you. Find like-minded people, make them your friends, learn from them, and you'll get better. And yes, you can find me at BostonMetaphysicalSociety.com, also on Facebook at Boston Metaphysical Society Comic, Twitter, M. Holly Rosing. You can pick up the individual issues through SourcePoint Press, the print copies, the digital copies through Comixology. And for the sequels, you can get them through my website. And the novel and anthology is on Amazon and all ebook readers.
Yes, and the first volume, and she is Madeline is part of the first volume of the Cthulhu is Hard to Spell anthology, with the story that I talk about all the time about Orna Numqua, the Ross and Rachel of the Lovecraft universe, in marriage counseling. So
yes, the marriage counselor.
Yes. All right. Cool. Thank you so much, Madeline. Eddie, you get the last word. What's your advice, and where can we find you?
My advice is really simple. At the risk of sounding like a Nike commercial, just do it. Because I have met so many wannabe creators who talk and talk and talk about the web comic or comic book that they want to create and talk about it endlessly and nonstop. But you ask them, okay, well, how far are you into it? And they haven't even started. So just do it. There is to illustrate the scene, there is a scene in the movie Good, Bad, and the Ugly where a gunfighter sneaks up on Eli Wallach, intent to kill him, and goes into a big old spiel about how he's getting his revenge and he's going to kill him for this person, for that person, for this person. And Eli Wallach just pulls out his gun and shoots him. And he says, when you're going to shoot, don't talk, just shoot.
Yeah.
And that's just it. If you want to do a webcomic, shoot, take your shot, do it. Don't just talk. And where can you find me? You can always find me at collectorscomic.com. That is my main website. And on there, you will find the links to my socials, which is Facebook and Instagram. And you'll find me posting weekly comic strips on all three places.
Awesome. And I will say that Eddie really is a testament to just doing it, because I've known him a couple of years, and Eddie, your work was always good, but like just by seeing him like every 2 or 3 months, or like taking breaks, like I really watched it develop, the posing and the emotion in the face and just the range of stuff that you were able to accomplish. So
thank you.
Even if you don't think you're at the place you want to be, just by doing it and getting better and continuing and not giving up and working and working and working, you will make strides you don't even realize. I remember we were at a show. I don't remember where it was. Maybe it was Vegas, and I was like, "Wow, your work just like is so much better." And Eddie looked at me and goes, "Really? I didn't even know." It was
Ontario, Comic-Con Revolution. I remember that.
Yeah, so thank you both so much. Please,
Thank
please,
you.
please, please, please go and support both of them. Go to CthulhuIsHardToSpell.com and support our Kickstarter. As I mentioned before, 10% of all proceeds that we raise for this Kickstarter go straight back to the creators. So the more we raise, honestly, the more they will make, and the more easily they'll be able to weather this storm. So I'm going to go black now, and then I'll be back in a
Thank
couple of
you.
seconds with Catherine and Leanne. Bye.
Bye.
And we are back. And I have Catherine and LK and Gino with me, and I'm going to bring them in right now. Hi, Catherine. Can you hear me?
How's it going? Yes. Can you hear me?
I can. Awesome.
Perfect.
And hi. Hi,
Hi,
Leanne.
Russell. How are
Can
you?
you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Awesome. Wonderful. So if we could start, we're just going to jump right in. How about you introduce everybody to who you guys are, and then please make sure in the comments that you are asking any questions. As you saw in the last 2 hours, we answered a whole bunch of your questions, and that's really what I want to do today. So let's start with Catherine, and then we'll go to Leanne.
Yeah. So, Catherine, and I've been doing comics for a really long time. So I've been writing comics for about 5 years or so, and been reviewing comics for about 10, which is crazy. I'm 25, so I've been doing it since high school. And yeah, along the way, I've written for IGN. Currently, I write for Newsarama and DC Comics, DC Universe. So that's pretty cool. And comic-wise, I write the series like Father Like Daughter, which issue 5 just recently came out for that in the trade. Working rigorously on issue 6, and also They Call Her Dancer, which is a 4-issue miniseries. And I have issue 1 and 2 out, and actually we're trying to pitch that around to bigger companies. So almost done wrapping issue 4 to get that started.
Awesome. And how about you, Leanne?
I'm a speculative fiction writer, and so I really enjoy the horror, sci-fi, fantasy genres, primarily short stories and some haiku lately. And I'm pretty much just starting to get started in the publishing world, although I've been writing for, I don't know, maybe 20-something years, you know. And
Right.
I'm just starting up Headless Gnomes, which is my self-publishing company.
Wonderful. And you have one of the books in our free quarantine bundle for everyone who pledges by tomorrow. And it is a book of haikus.
Mm-hmm.
So this is actually interesting. I was worried about this one because, like, you two are people I know the least of the people that have come on today. I knew where I was going to go.
Change that.
I wasn't quite sure. Like, even Catherine, if you were an artist or a writer, I just was like, yes, let's get you on here, and we're going to figure it out. But it's really interesting because you write reviews, Kat. And you, Leanne, are somebody who is starting your journey. Mm-hmm. So I would love to hear, Catherine, what you would tell Leanne about how to go about like getting reviews and press and publicity for her work.
I always say connect with the journalists themselves. So I think a lot of times, and I'll be like flat out, like if someone comes up to me and says, "Oh, hey, Kat, can you do a review? Most of the time, if I don't know them, it's kind of hard for me to do that review. Like, unless something like a story like truly speaks to me, I'm like, oh my God, this is my thing. Totally, I'll do a review. It's a little hard because I don't know you personally. Right. So I think a lot of people just like kind of spam you sometimes, and you could kind of notice when it's a spam email or someone who actually like reads your work. But for me, I will do a review for you if I know you watch. Like, I also do YouTube, so that's how I started all this, is Comic Uno on YouTube. And so if someone says, hey, I've watched your show and, you know, I know you do this and that and that, it makes it a little bit more helpful that I want to help you out and try to get a review out there and try to give you publicity as well. So yeah, I would say just trying to know the landscape, know who does reviews, and know the journalists themselves and not just the outlet, and know the editors of those outlets as well.
Yeah, I have found that you like a website or a publication publishes your stuff, but like you're never pitching to that person. Like you're always, every review I've ever gotten or podcast I've ever been on was because the host or the person personally knew who I was. And a lot of that happens now without me even knowing it's happening, because like a lot of people just share stuff like this. Wannacon got shared. I did no work to like do publicity because it was so close together, but I had people sharing it on like websites and their live streams and all sorts of places, because I just have over a decade of doing this, like built some sort of capital with them. And I feel like you people who are new are always are always like thinking of like IGN or like the local review place as like this monolith, when it's really more so just a bunch of people who publish for that site with little to no oversight most of the time, but they get some lax, like they're publishing like things generally that like they respond to, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. So just to give you like a little background of like how we do our reviews each week. So when I was working for IGN, I would give my editor a list of books I was reading, and then he would spit out 10 books from that pull list. So it was never like, hey, Kat, read, I don't know, Wicked and Divine, just because I like this book, and I don't know if you read it or not. And then for Newsarama, we literally just pick out the books we want. So yeah, so I'll pick like 3 books or 4 books. And a lot of times, like, we try spreading it out. You know, it's not just like, oh, we don't want to just do Marvel or DC. We really try to do the indies as well. And especially for me as an indie creator, that's something I really try to showcase, especially if I really like the book. I really want to showcase it.
Awesome. So, Leanne, I want to ask you, because you just started your company, right? You're in the process of starting your company.
Yeah.
What have you learned so far that you would tell someone to never do, or that you did wrong so far, that you did right so far? Or like what have you the process of starting a company is much different than just writing a book. So like how has your thinking changed since then, or some amount of real words out of that mush that I just said?
Sure. This is actually not my first time, but it's the first one that I like, okay, this is going to stick.
Wait, how many before?
2.5.
Oh, that's good. I did 4 one. I did my 5th one stuck.
Yeah. Well, the last one was a partnership, so that was not all me. That, you know, things happen. One was more retail. I made nail polish for like a year, and the margins are so thin, and ultimately I didn't love it enough to keep it up. And that's, you know, that's really important with the business. You have to, you know, you don't have to love every aspect of it, but you have to love most of it enough to keep going. There's definitely parts that I don't like doing, but you know, I love writing enough that I'm like, okay, these parts that suck are worth it. I'm like really like to try to control everything. So this is the first time I've started hiring out and getting other people to do stuff for me, or not for me, you know, paying them to do stuff.
Right.
Obviously you have to have at least a little bit of a budget to do that. So there's that. I think I still took on a little bit more than I would have liked to, but I reached my budget point there where I was like, okay, I still have to do these things. If you can, my website's still in progress, so I would have that ready beforehand. If you can, would be the one thing I would probably have
What I
changed
really
over time.
liked about your process was like you were very involved in asking a bunch of people, like you were asking people about the logo and the business cards, and you really kept people engaged in a lot of the steps. Clearly not every step, like, but like a lot of the steps that were a lot of times people struggle about like what the design is, what all these pieces are. And you kind of were very good about like asking people about like what they liked best, and then at least using that to inform your decision, if not flat out using it.
Yeah, and I think it's a lot similar with hiring an editor for something you've written. You're not going to always use every single piece of advice that they give you, but you're going there to get that expertise and that advice. And
Yes, Catherine, that's something that you must have experience with, right? Like hiring out editors and artists and things like that.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. And I agree with that for editing as well, and especially in indie comics, I think a lot of times just like a lot of people act as an editor necessary. And it's like, yeah, for sure. Yeah, going back to like hiring people, yeah, comics is a collaborative effort. You know, that's definitely a big point of it and why we love it. And I think going into like the art direction, I think it's so interesting to see something that you write on the page and you're like, oh, I didn't see it that way. And I think if you know an artist well enough, like you kind of cater a script to them as well, which is kind of cool. And yeah, it's like all part of the process, which I really enjoy.
Yeah, I love the process of finding the right artist for a script, like, or knowing a bunch of artists and then having an idea for them. I get really excited about being able to say, hey, like I have this idea for this anthology that's coming up. Like, do you want to do it with me? And then here's the pitch, and then get in and be like, yeah, I love it. How did it work for you? How did it work for you, Leanne, when you met Abby? Like, did you know her before, or like how did that process go?
No, I had posted on a couple different channels, and I want to say we connected on Twitter, not Facebook, but
Twitter is a great place. That's like Comic Book Central in that regard.
There are so many people there, and it's I'm trying to not do just the writing community thing, because you do got to get to the readers too, but there's a lot of great people connecting on there with the writing community. So yeah, I think it was Twitter that we connected on. I did post to Facebook and Twitter, trying to figure out Instagram a little bit. And we met there. I had talked to a couple different people, and her style just kind of fit best with what I wanted to do. And we did actually meet in person, I think it was last fall. She was out in California, so we met up, and that was really nice to be able to do that.
Awesome. Did you know so you already had the story you wanted to do before you reached out to her?
Most of it. I don't think it was 100% written at that time, but I had the idea and enough that I could show them what I was looking for.
Right. Her and Abby's story is the Home Hunting and the Apocalypse story, which is basically Home Hunters. Well, I think it's called Home Hunters Apocalypse Edition, right?
Home Hunting Apocalypse Edition.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's basically like your average home hunting show, but if like it was in an apocalypse. So it was very like and Abby's work is quite stylized and like quite comedic. So it added a lot to the dialogue that you were already putting in there. How do you, Kat, search for your artists for your books?
So for like Fall Like Daughter, we did that again 5 years ago, and I was working with Short Fuse Media, and they helped me find Wayne Brown, who's my current artist for like Fall Like Daughter. And then it's actually same thing for The Dancer. For Evie, they helped me find Evie Kitata, who does The Dancer, and I gave them a specific style I really wanted. For like Fall Like Daughter, I said, hey, I really want this to kind of feel like Morning Glories a bit, like that style, like a bit cartoon, like Joe Eisma, like cartoonish, but really showing those facial expressions. And then for The Dancer, it's very anime inspired, so I really wanted something to feel like that. And honestly, we actually went black and white for it. It was going to be a grayscale book. And we ended up just making it like totally look like a manga, which is really cool. And then, yeah, future projects, I always get questions of like, how do you find artists? DeviantArt's a really good place. Twitter, the hashtag Visible Woman is great as well to see portfolios. So social media, man, that's definitely the way to do it. There's so many great artists that just haven't been found yet. And I'm sure will fit the style you're looking for.
Yeah, my add to that would be do anthologies because
Yes.
I not to keep bringing. Oh wait, I'm on the wrong people's banner here. Let me go to the correct banner here. So I find a lot of my artists now from literally just doing anthologies and then following them for many, 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 many years afterwards, and like testing them out on small scale projects and then going big with them.
I think that's also a great example for any creator trying to get into comics is always start with a short story, because a lot of times I feel like people go into trying to pitch a story and say, yeah, I'm going to pitch Image an ongoing book. It's like, all right, wait, scale down a bit. Maybe look for a smaller publisher or I mean, you can always try to shoot for the sky too, but I would always try to make your brand before you shoot for Image. But yeah, do a short story. Show that you know how to write a comic before you jump into an ongoing. Or if you don't want to do a short story, miniseries, something that's like 4 issues, something with a beginning, middle, and end. And I think I was talking to someone recently, and they said, "Oh, how about if I have like a cliffhanger in the end of it?" Like, yeah, you can, but I think you have to really prove that you know how to end a story as well, because that's something people are looking for.
Yeah, for me, whether you are writing a comic or a series, I think people are nervous to step into your world until they are confident that you're going to finish it. So doing a book or like a trilogy or something 4-issue miniseries or something small, or not that a miniseries is small, like it's not small. It feels small like when you're done with it and you're like, really? 2 years of work for like 4 issues?
Yeah, readers thinks it's small, even though it takes a long time for us.
But it's containing it allows someone to say, okay, I'm willing to try this. I couldn't tell you how many times when I first started my career, when people were like, is this ongoing or is this contained? And they wanted to know it was finished. And it wasn't until years later when I got significantly more popular that people would come back and yell at me for having those books be short. And I would tell them all the time, you bought this book from me because I told you it was it. And now you're yelling at me because it's it. And they were like, that's absolutely accurate. And I think it goes back to that, they wanted to test it, but then they loved it and they wanted to be in the world. So having those shorter, like, I would say like a C story can continue, like A story, B story, C story, and like you could have an ongoing thread that might continue into the next arc. But like for sure, you should end your A and B stories in an arc so that people know that it's done. What do you think, Leanne? What do you think about that?
Oh gosh, let me pull that into something.
Or Kat, either one of you.
Yeah.
I know you do more. Was the House Hunting your first comic book that you did, or have you worked in comics before?
It was the first comic I've done. I don't have a completed film script right now, but I was in progress of writing a couple when I saw the news about the anthology, and so it was a different experience. And since then, I have picked up more books on writing scripts for comics because it is a little bit different than scripts for film.
What did you learn when doing comics from doing prose and doing film scripts that's different?
Really trying to think about how many words could be on the page. I'd like to think I've gotten fairly good at editing for short stories, but it felt like I had to edit it down even more for the comic than I did the other formats. Yeah,
I remember that your story was quite wordy the first time that I saw it, and we had to like work to cut it down and break. One thing that new writers and new artists, and again, I would say, please ask questions. I'm just spitballing all these questions, but if you have something, like, please let us know. But one thing that newer artists and writers don't understand is that is the breaking up of balloons and the artistry in putting the lettering together in a way that is pleasing for the eye. Would you say that's something that you've seen being in your reviews and in your own comic work, Kat?
Oh yeah, I think space in general is something that you have to know about. It's so interesting because I in comic reviewing, I think there's always I would use this word, but there's sometimes the complaint of like, oh, it's too wordy, and some people are like, well, it's a comic, why can't you just like deal with the words? But I think it's a legit complaint because like you're reading a comic to see both mediums, not just the writing. You want to see the art too. So when it's too wordy, it's so busy and you can't really enjoy the art, then that's an issue. So, but then, I think it always goes down to taste. Some people like that. So I don't know if there's a right or wrong answer for it, but my particular taste, I think you really need to have your word balloon spread out and not be extremely wordy with your dialogue. But then you go to like, pros like Scott Snyder and Hickman and all that, and they have really wordy stuff and they do a good job with it. So I think there's a marriage and you have to learn the basics before you could, screw around with the rules.
Well, I also think that like you have to, like when you open an Alan Moore book, like League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, I can't read Alan Moore's work because it is so wordy. Like just opening it gives me like a panic. Just thinking about it gives me a panic attack of how like wordy it is. I love and I read novels. I read like 3 novels a week, and still I can't like do it with Alan Moore's stuff. But the one thing that he does, or like Neil Gaiman, or is like they understand that when they're doing a wordy panel, they either have to make the people just stand still so nothing's going on. So like it's like if you just took the dialogue away, it'd be an absolutely boring page where like nothing would happen. Or they have to have very few panels on a page so that something can happen, so that the dialogue has room to breathe. And they're very good about doing that. I think if there's a famous page, is a splash page where Colossus is talking to a young girl about mutants and about standing up for what's right, and like she's like kneeling down, and there must be, I don't know, 500 words on that page, 200 words on that page, but it's literally just the splash page, and which splash page is just one panel on a page. So you really are taken through the whole thing, and she's talking about how you have to stand up for the little guy, and you have to like make sure that you don't like let them come for one person, because then the next thing they're going to come anyway. It's beautiful because of how, but it's also like very sparse as far as the action goes. He's just kneeling down talking to this girl. And I think that is the thing that Scott Snyder and like Hickman and I think like Think Tank, Hawkins's Think Tank, and like those books that are super wordy, the art, when they work, the art is very simple, so people can understand that this is going to be like a lot of words to take in, but I don't also have to be taking in a lot of action also.
Very true. I agree with that. And also I think like depending on the scenario, I would hope if you're like trying to punch somebody in a scene, you wouldn't be having your whole entire life story there. I think even like hopefully your writing instincts wouldn't lead you there anyways, but I totally agree with that.
Yeah. What did you, so you said you write a lot of short stories, Leanne. I would love to talk a little bit about writing short stories and writing for anthologies, because the process of it is quite a bit different than writing a long book, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So can you talk a little bit about, both of you can talk a little bit about anthologies and how the thought process is different when you're writing for, let's say, 2,000 to 5,000 words or 2 to 4 pages than when you're writing for even 24 pages, but certainly different than writing a miniseries.
There's, I don't know if I remember the exact way this is worded, but there's kind of a piece of advice with a short story where, you don't start at the beginning, you kind of jump right into the middle or right into the action. And I think that automatically helps already shorten what's going on. So you can contain it more in that space. And like this character's life expands outside of this short story and outside of what's happening, but we're looking at this very contained moment, days, weeks, it could be longer, that might be a little bit harder. And you're just telling this one specific story that has to have that end, and we're not leading in with as much backstory, but you need to give enough detail still that we know that we're invested in this character.
Yeah, I agree. I think you just need to know your space in general. It's just like, if you like, going back to comics, if you have like a 6-page story instead of a 21-page story, you gotta really get to the point. You can't have any fat at all. And again, I think it goes back to any story that I think any new writer maybe sometimes has struggles with. You need to know your beginning, middle, and end, and especially for a short story, like, how are you going to outline this for your story? So yeah. And also a hook. I mean, I think that's also another thing, is just like, why do I care? I mean, that goes to any story, but it's just like, what makes this different from the billion of other stories? Like, why are you interested in writing this? And B, like, why would a reader want to read it? I think it's a big point.
I love that point that you just made, because one of the hardest things for submissions when you're doing the editing is figuring out what the end of the story is going to be from like a paragraph. And so you normally only have that one. I mean, some people require you to have the whole script done before you submit it. I'm not one of those people. I do it from just the outline, from just the like one paragraph blurb, basically, is all you get. And it's very hard to know what is going to be good from a blurb alone, especially because the thing that I found from most writers that don't succeed in getting into anthologies is that their hook is not strong. Their story, while the actual construction of the story might be quite good, the way that the hook is not strong enough for me to say that's a new take on an old standard. And I had a story that didn't make it into the anthology, and then the creator made it. And like, when I saw the final piece, I was like, wow, this is awesome. But the script itself was the point, and frankly, like, the story was quite, I don't want to say basic, but like, it was quite clean. Like, there was no big hook at the end. It was the retelling of a thing. And I just didn't think that it was going to be like unique enough to pop. But when I saw the final thing, I understood like what the writer was trying to do, which is to tell like a very clean, interesting story that retells this piece of the Lovecraft lore. He wasn't trying to like blow your mind with a hook, but there's this always problem with editors. At least I found it in the anthologies that I've edited, in figuring out how to tell what the end goal is going to be. And it just becomes so much easier when you have a good hook. Like Leanne's story was like home hunters, but in the apocalypse. And you're
you want to buy that right away, right?
You're like, yep, I totally understand what that's going to be about. But when you don't have that strong hook, it really becomes hard. In fact, the first time I did an anthology, I started getting accepted into them, I would actually finish I'd finish the script and finish the actual page so that people could see it, just so that they would know like what the piece was in case the pitch wasn't strong enough.
Yeah. I mean, everyone has also a different creative juices, Some people have to like write out their whole story, get some dialogue before they even like go into an outline. Like, sometimes they'll have like dialogue within an outline. So it's all different for everybody. And maybe sometimes a paragraph isn't enough for them to figure out the story.
Well, I think also it's just hard to like have a hook, because here's the problem with an anthology. I'm just going to get into doing an anthology conversation now, but because the problem with an anthology is you don't want every story to have a hook. Like, a good anthology, like any good story, needs highs, it needs lows, it needs middles, it needs to run like a mixtape. And if you have everything with like a massive hook at the end, you end up like every story, the reader's gasping for air, and you don't have any just like well constructed story. So like an anthology is based honestly on like these small moment stories that are the basis between like a Leanne's story or like another big piece that you're working up to. You can't have them all, but those ones are the ones that end up being easier to pitch because they have this like strong hook. But if you have the strong hook in everything and everything is like a twist on an old fable or a twist on this, it's also not going to work. Like sometimes you just want, or you need, in our anthology at least, the Lovecraft. You need a story that feels like a Lovecraft story. And Lovecraft stories were all, because he was writing in pulp magazines, X person does X thing, like weird person goes to weird town, finds weird cult trying to like destroy the world. And then there's a monster at the end. And like you tell that story and it feels like every other Lovecraft story but like you can't just have a Lovecraft anthology with like no stories about Lovecraft. So you have to really be diligent at how you balance the anthology with these stories, with hook stories, understanding that sometimes the hook stories need to be balanced out by like what a normal person would consider a boring retelling story or something like that from the outside.
Or, I mean, that's why sometimes reboots do well, right? Sometimes you do have to make a modern twist on something that's old. So that's maybe some people don't even, know the original. So it's new for them.
Right. I don't know. It's a real big challenge. It's the biggest challenge, I think, of the whole thing, because sometimes those clean stories are like amazing, but they don't get they don't get what they deserve because they don't have that hook. But it is specifically because they don't have that hook that you need them.
For sure.
All right. So let us see if we have any questions new. Meanwhile, this is the middle of the sort of the middle. We should talk about your guys' work. Kat, how about you go first, and then we'll go to Leanne, and let's we're on this thing to try and help the Cthulhu anthology, but also people who were hurt and displaced by the shows that are being canceled all over everything. So I want to make sure that everyone has a good idea of what sorts of stuff you guys have to offer, and what your stories are about, and where they should go, and what they should check out when they get there.
Yeah. So like Father Like Daughter, like I said a little bit previously, it's right now it's issues 1 through 5. We have the trade digitally that should be out in like a day. And yeah, it's about a high school girl. Father left her, become a full-time superhero. Everyone in the world loves him except for her. And then she inherits his abilities. So it's really a story about what does she do with the very powers that made her dad leave. So it's very much a deconstruction of the superhero genre. I've been, reading superhero comics for a really long time, and it's everything I love about the genre in one, and to really see the humans behind the mask. And that's a big part of the story. Issue 5 has a huge cliffhanger, so I'm excited for everyone to read it. I did a con, I think it was Baltimore this year, and one of the girls read all the issues, and she came back the next day and she's like, I hate you. I'm like, why? And she said, because you left me on that cliffhanger. So it changes the story completely. I'm really excited for people to read that. And issue 6, we're in interiors, so that's really exciting. So hopefully we'll get a Kickstarter for that soon going. And then The Dancer, again, it's a mini series, and it's about a young woman who's a dancer / assassin. And when she was little, she witnessed her parents being murdered in front of her and never dealt with that trauma until now. So it's kind of like how Batman dealt with his actual trauma. It's a very psychological story. And even though I think on the surface, it's, you're comparing the differences of martial arts and dance and actually how they are similar. where dance is seen as this beautiful thing, but it's something that, is also harmful to the dancer. There's a lot of things you have to do to your body to perform your art. And then martial arts, I think, is the opposite. A lot of people see it as violent because it's fighting, but there is a beauty to it, dance-like quality. So I wanted to show that physical attribute. But yeah, it's about this girl dealing with her PTSD pretty much. And really excited for everyone to read that one. Issues 1 and 2 are out for that. I haven't decided if I want to release issue 3 and 4 just as yet, because I am pitching it around. So, but issues 1 and 2 will be out, and then depending on how pitching goes, we'll see how issue 3 and 4 is going to be released. But they are almost done. Issue 3 is done. Issue 4 will be done in like 2 weeks. So really excited about that.
There seems to be an overarching theme in your work.
Yeah,
about,
there is.
Like, what do you? Before we go to the end, I'd love for you to talk about like why you keep coming back to that, like those like psychological, like dealing with the psychological issues that you do in your work, which is also very present in my own work.
Yeah, I always love character work. I mean, I think plot is important, but I always enjoyed to figure out how a character ticks, and I just feel like, especially in comics, it's something that's not delved into as far as you can go. So with like Folly Daughter, it's very much about relationships, and that's something I wrote that when the New 52 was going on. So it's just like families weren't really existing. It was very much action, and I really just want to get to the root of like, how does this girl feel about her dad? And then for the dancer, it's exactly the Batman effect, where it's like Batman tends to ignore his problems. That's why he's Batman. And obviously there's writers that have dealt with his psychological trauma, but never really tackle it, or else he can't be Batman. So I've always just been interested in how people tick in general, how we interact with people, because isn't that what interesting about writing is, to see like how would characters interact and how different personalities interact with each other. And a big theme, I guess, of my book, all my books and my writing, is girls in a men world, in a man's world. So a superhero genre or the martial arts genre. So that's a big thing for me as well.
Awesome. We're going to come back and talk about how Batman is the worst person in Gotham in a minute.
I would love that.
Leanne, how about you? How about you talk about Headless Gnomes for a little bit and like what we can expect from you?
Sure. Well, right now my pieces out are the story and the anthology, and then the Haunting Haikus. And you can sign up for my mailing list at headlessgnomes.com. So that's kind of what's out right now. I have a couple of different comic ideas in mind, as well as a fiction anthology book. And my next step is really deciding what to focus on, because a lot of us writers have 5 million ideas and this much time. So
right.
That's really a big thing for me, is just I need to go nail down what is the next big project. Is it going to be a comic or a short story? I would love to have something out comics wise this year that's a little bit more budget than, I can do all the words myself, but hiring an artist definitely takes more to put into that. I have just so many different ideas for that. So one thing I want to do in the future is also board games. So I started joining a bunch of board game groups, and there's a lot of artists in there. And actually, could be a good place for comic book artists too. Some overlap with those two groups.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of overlap between comics and board games. Well, like at least for art's sake, it's weirdly not a lot of overlap in fandom of comics and board games, or at least not as much as you would expect. I always am confused as to how they are still so separate. Yeah, but I'm going to answer your question, Stefan. Like, what did Batman ever do to me specifically? He didn't do anything to me specifically, because I am not an imaginary person. But Batman has the ability to end every problem in Gotham with the money that he's made, and no one gets to be a billionaire by helping a bunch of people. Like he's doing what most billionaires do. He's like made a living basically on the backs of Gotham, and like probably like his family, at least, they don't talk about what like Wayne Industries does, but like it ain't good things. Like it's not like a fun like place to work. Like they're a military industrial complex. They have to be. It's the only way that they can make the things that they make, which means they're feeding the military industrial complex. They clearly have lawyers that are working against regulations, even though Batman is not part of it. These are just things that you have to do to make $1 billion. And then what does he do? He's like, well, I feel really bad. Just like Tony Stark, I feel really bad about this. So I'm going to take a portion of my money and go like work it. Like this just happened to like Bill Gates. Bill Gates spent his literal entire life destroying the regulations that prevented like a lot of the bad things that are happening right now, killing competition, destroying small businesses, and absorbing companies that like would not like bow to him, running them out of business. And now he's leaving his board seat to like work at his charity foundation, which he only has because he stole billions of dollars from like the taxpayers and small businesses as he was ruthlessly climbing to the top. So Batman luckily had his father like rise to the top, so you gotta like can be like, well, like Thomas Wayne is probably the real bad guy, but he's not actually solving the root cause of the poverty that his company is directly responsible for.
Yeah, no, that's actually like really good point. I know that the current Batman run, I think, is trying to delve in. They always try to delve into like the Wayne industry stuff, and then they're like, "No, I'm good. Let's just go back to Batman." Yeah, I mean, Batman. What I do like about him is that you can have so many different takes, and he's so layered that we can have this conversation like this. That's what at least brings interesting character, is when you can have different opinions on a character and explore a character this deeply.
I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on I have very deep thoughts on Bruce Wayne and billionaires as a whole, but do you have any? Do you read like Batman or any of the traditional comics or mostly indie stuff, or how about you, Leanne?
It's been a while, but yeah, no, I'm a DC fan. I don't generally get into the politics of stuff much.
It's okay. That's okay. It just so happens that this dovetailed into both Jack Ma hatred and Bill Gates hatred, with both happened yesterday. So it was very easy for me to get there. But Stefan does ask a question. So I'm just an author, not a comic book creator like y'all. But with that said, how did y'all get into graphic novels as a storytelling choice, or in Leanne's case, comics at all?
Yeah, for me, I've always been into comics. I've read comics all my life, and it was just an obvious answer for me when I wanted to do writing. I'm also a television writer, so I just graduated with my MFA in TV writing. So I just always liked visual storytelling. Never wrote prose, so it just wasn't my thing. And they're completely different stuff that I think a lot of people from the outside don't know that. It's just like, oh, like if you could write a comic, you could write a novel. If you could write a novel, you could write a comic. Even if you could write a comic, I don't think that necessarily means you could write a movie or TV show, because they're also paced very differently. I think it's a little easier, but they're all different mediums, and you have to I believe you have to understand the medium before you dive into it.
How about you, Leanne?
Well, so I think seeing the anthology was my first thought of like, oh yeah, I should try this. I'm somebody who I like to try all the things. I don't like just doing one thing. And so being able to explore that, being that writing's the direction I'm going in, but while I still have my day job anyways, it was just one more thing for me to try and do. And they are all very different mediums within the same umbrella, I guess I'll call them, the same umbrella. But yeah, I like to try the different things. So, I want to do scripts, I want to do books, I want to do all these things. And so for me, it's a fun challenge in that way.
Right. I have thoughts about what you said, Kat.
Mm-hmm.
I have thoughts about what you said, but I really have thoughts about what Kat said, because I think that not that you can write a novel after doing a graphic novel, but I do think it becomes much easier to jump across those mediums. Especially for me, there is no better way to learn how to structure a story than to do comic book, a graphic novel specifically, because you have set pieces. So when you're thinking of prose is everywhere, right? Like it can be 100,000 words, 10,000 words. It has chapters, kind of, maybe, but like everything is like kind of all up in the air with
non-linear. It could be anything you want.
Right. Chapters can be 2,000 words or 10,000 words. There could be 20 of them or 80. Like it's so different. But comics is not like that. Comics is if you have five issues, they're generally the same length each. Like they're generally the same length, 20 to 26 pages. Sometimes they go up to 32 pages. But once you have a length, that's the length that you're going to be at the book. And especially if you're paying out, like all my books at the beginning were 20 pages, 20-page issues. You know exactly how long it's going to be. So let's call it 4 issues. You know that every 10 pages has to have a turn. You know that every 2 pages has to have a turn. You know that every page is going to have between 5 and 7 panels, unless you want to like your artist to kill you. So there's all of these rules, and a good story is built on a good rules, good backbone, good structure. It's a lot like the next best thing for me is TV writing, because TV writing is roughly 5, 7 to 10 minute breaks. And at the end of each act, you have to have a turn. After each scene, you have to have a turn, and it builds upon each other. And once you sort of unlock that structure piece, and you can like redo that structure piece in any medium, then you're building on character and dialogue and other stuff, which is different, much different in each genre. But once you get once you can see the bones of a story and how like it fits into each medium, you become a stronger writer and you start doing structure better. And then you can lay that on and at least have a track to build whatever story you're going to tell.
I agree with that, but I will also say the flip side is that I think a lot of people that are in TV or movies, they're like, okay, I'm just going to make a comic so I get my IP out there. And then they've never read a comic in their life. So I think that's also the point, is just like, if you've never read a comic, then how are you supposed to make a comic if you don't even understand like how it feels to read it and what a story would play out, and just, understand the medium at all. And then I guess on the flip side, I do agree that TV and comics are so married. I think if you're a comic writer, you can most likely write television, because they're, in my mind, as I write television as well, every act is an issue, like you said. Every act is about 15 pages if you're writing drama. So, and then you have to have a teaser up top, then maybe a sting at the end. So I think that's a little bit easier, and everyone's seen TV and everyone's seen a movie. But also, if you want to write television, have you ever read a TV script? I think that's a good example of that as well too. Like if you're a comic writer and only have written comics, never read a TV script in your life, can you jump into a TV script? Or same thing for movies?
No. Well, the thing is, so for me, the problem is that no, you can't do that. And each medium trope's different, and the things that work in each medium are different. And
Exactly,
I agree with you. Like comics and movies are 2 different mediums, and you can always tell when a movie writer is just writing a comic but using the same tropes as they do in movies. Or same thing with prose or something else. Like they are different mediums that you have to master, but the underlying bones of each are the same. And I think if you're writing comics or if you're writing TV, less if you're writing movies, because there's not that structure break, that you at least understand that like every chapter has to have a turn. In the middle, if the chapter's too long, every middle of chapter has to have a turn. All the chapters have to be the same length. And all of these things are things that, for me, I mean, granted, my path was TV, then comics, then prose. So those things each built upon each other. But when you're learning the bone, like I don't know how people write books like as the first thing they do, because it is almost as if you could do anything. Like, and being able to do anything sounds really fun, but it's actually horrible because like being able to take the rules and modify them and understand, but after understanding them and like having a set of rules to play inside of is kind of, for me, what makes creativity happen. It's just a big pile of mush if you can go in a novel and do anything. But if you understand that, like, this is how structure works, and this is how structure works, and this is how structure works, it becomes a lot easier to modulate that world. But you do have to learn what the specific skills are in each thing to make it work.
You know, it's so interesting. I mean, I started comics writing wise, but I would say like TV is probably the easiest to learn how to write because outlining is a lot easier. Like you were just saying, like novels, it's all over the place. Like, how the hell do I outline this thing? And even not that comics is all over the place, but you know, you have to outline each page, and like they're not a set amount of scenes. You can have as many scenes as you want. It just kind of has to, you know, flow. For TV, there's pretty much a set amount of scenes, at least to start out outlining. So TV is like Act 1, 6 scenes. Act 2, 6 scenes. You have a teaser up top. You know, they're all 6 scenes in each act because of the minutes. So I honestly say, like, if you want to jump into writing and you don't know anything about it, TV is kind of my answer on that, to like just kind of learn structure, and then comics. And yeah, novels, I don't know. I agree. Kind of go less on novels. But yeah, also just depends on which medium you know the most as well. So if you know about comics more, then write comics.
Well, also dialogue is often the weakest point for prose writers. And TV writing teaches... I agree with you, because with a comic book, the script is... it's so disjointed. It's not like really a story. I mean, it is a story, but like it's not a story that any other human can read and understand. That's not in comics. And even when you're in comics, you kind of have to like imagine what the panel's going to be. But in a TV script, like it's a script. Like you could give it to your best friend or like your wife or whatever who has never read a script, and they will be able to read from beginning to end. You can't do that with the comic script. It's a whole different thing.
Yeah, for sure. And also TV, going back to what you were just saying, yeah, it helps you learn dialogue and descriptions, because you have to like not say Joe did this, camera on Joe. Like you gotta have a little bit of a flowery discussion with it. Like it has to kind of be in a novel way, but not too much. Like you can't describe too much or else it just gets boring. And then it goes back to dialogue. Dialogue is so important. So that's my answer on that. I don't even know if that was a question at all, but like if you're a new writer, start out with television. It's probably the easiest way to learn how to write. I
agree. I mean, I'm biased because that's how I started. But if you're having problems with structure or dialogue, they will easily be pointed out in a TV script, because a TV script is like 90% structure and dialogue. And if your dialogue is bad, you will immediately see it.
Sure.
All right. So that was, I hope that was an interesting tangent. Sorry, we kind of like went off on one there, but hopefully that was interesting for like, for people. We're almost at the end of our time together. So what I would like for each of you to do, is to, again, take one, give your best piece of advice for someone who's just starting on their journey. Could be something we talked about or something new, where we can find you. And then we will say goodbye. We'll start with you, Kat, because you and me dominated the conversation and talking points, and we'll give Leanne the last word.
Yeah. You can find me on @ComicUno pretty much everywhere, Twitter, Facebook. Don't really use Instagram as much. I got to get on that. But YouTube as well, Comic Uno. I do a weekly show over there. And then for my comics, I have an Etsy store at Comic Uno. Also have a mailing list that you guys can go check out, where I talk about craft every week. So definitely go check that out. And a piece of advice, I would say, just like for people who say, oh, I have this story, whatever, do that story. I think is a good thing. Is like a lot of people have ideas, but actually write it down on paper and know that your first draft is not your final draft, and it's okay to make mistakes and to it's not. I just got this piece of advice and I love utilizing it. It's not a race, it's a marathon. So it doesn't matter how long it's going to take you. It just matters that you're doing it.
Awesome. And that was that comicuno.com.
So at Comic Uno, it's not the website. I'll give you the Etsy store. It's like I'll
just want to put it down there so
that.
people can write it down.
Yes. Hold on.
I had one very different than yours. That I had like fatherdaughter.fandom.com, and that
I think that was like a fan made website for the comic. There you go. So that's the Etsy store right there, and then the mailing list is there.
All right, hang on 1 second. I'm going to put this Etsy store in there because I want to end with Leanne, and I just wanted to put this in here for a second so people can see. And then we'll put on there. All right, wonderful. So you get the last word, Leanne. What's your best piece of advice, and where can we find you?
Yeah, people can find me at headlessgnomes.com or at headlessgnomes, Facebook, Twitter, and I'm on Instagram, but I need to start posting there. So you won't see anything if you go there. My best piece of advice is also, when you're, just write something down. Your first draft is write whatever comes to mind. And then, I don't always follow this myself, but do try to edit later if possible. If you have to edit while you're doing it, go ahead. But I always try to, get it out, come back, and then be ruthless with yourself and just edit. And if you do want to start from a prose perspective, I put my novels aside and started working on short stories. And I think that really helps you get, it's maybe not as structured as TV, but it can help you a lot with that editing process that you can then take to the novel when you're ready to write that whole big saga.
Yeah, most writers start with their first book is their short story collection, at least most literary fiction authors. So I like it. And my piece of advice for short stories as we go out is if you just think of the whole story and then cut off however much, like just cut off to the first 80% or 90%. Like if the story's 100,000 words and then you want a 10,000 word story, just like pretty much cut that first 90% out. If you want a 2,000 word story, cut like 98% out and just start basically there with a little bit of backstory. And I think you'll be fine. So last thing for me is to make sure you go to CthulhuIsHardToSpell.com. And Leanne is one of the creators in the book. And a percentage of all of the book sales go back to the creators. So the more we raise, the more the creators get in their kitty. So thank you both so much for being here. I will go black for a second, get some more water, and then I will be right back. Bye.
Bye.
All right. It's the last hour, so I've got my last hour headband on. I am about to bring on Moana and Melissa. I wanted to do a couple of comments that I realized that didn't get through. This one, maybe? No. No. I cannot find. There it is. All right. So, Stefan had a comment about press, and he says Stefan is an amazing creator. He does silver and a bunch of other stuff, and he was going to be at Emerald City. So Stefan Frank is amazing. And he says, hey guys, I think Madeline is right on the money with the podcasts. Also, I feel like most creators' biggest mistake is to not set up enough press coverage ahead of time to be run at the onset of the campaign. They wait to be week 2 slump and realize that they need a press boost. But then not only is there no time, but also your narrative has become that you've just hit a stalled campaign, whereas before you have the energy from before the campaign launches. So that was a great comment. I'm going to make sure, see if seems to be the only one from that feed. And now I know there's 2 feeds that I need to check for comments. And the last hour now is for Melissa. I'm going to say it right this time. I swear to God. Paliuka and Moana McAdams. And so let us bring them on. Hi, Moana.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Awesome. Yes.
Awesome. Melissa, hi.
Hey.
I lost. I don't know if you saw earlier. I didn't bring the right book that had your name pronunciation correctly in it. So I had to
Right.
I had to go to your webpage, and I'm very happy that you have a
Phonetically spelled.
Yes. Because I still, like, to this day, like, we talked for like an hour and I practiced for like an hour after that thing. And I still, my brain cannot say Pagluica as Paliuka. I don't know what it is. But I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to figure it out one of these days. I at least know now that I at least know now that it's not spelled the right way. And I'm like, I'm butchering this. I'm butchering it so badly. So thank you both for being on. And you are the last interview of today. And I would love it if we started by both of you introducing it yourselves to each other and to the audience, because like you're 2 of my favorite people. And I love that you guys are there together.
Yeah, go.
Okay. Hi, aloha, everybody. My name is Moana McAdams. I am a newbie starting children's author and also the editor of the Wildcard Chronicles comic book series. And I just want to thank Russell for putting together this amazing opportunity to come and engage with our fans. Was one of the reasons why Russell and I became friends is because he's such a inspiring creator. He's very transparent about what he does and is always very encouraging, despite the very realistic downside and valleys that we can hit as creators. So thanks again for having us on.
Thank you so much. And you were also a clothing designer as well. Like yes, you also have.
Yes, I do have my my own hand-sewn clothing line also. So if you see that on my website, that's also something that's there.
Awesome. And Melissa, how about you?
I am a comic book creator. I recently came out with my book, Above the Clouds. It just got released this year, which makes Emerald City Comic Con being canceled even more painful.
Yeah.
That was the first time, right? That was the first time everyone was going to see it in like the debut of it, right?
Yeah, it was going to be like the first big convention that I was seriously like, I have my books, I'm ready to show them. I had like
everything just ready to go.
And I was very excited to see what you thought about lugging a ton of heavy books through a convention for the first time.
I was gonna make the drive all the way to Seattle. That's gonna be like a 13-hour drive.
Yeah.
I was gonna load up my trunk with as many books as possible, just to see how many I could fit.
Awesome. So I know that our Cthulhu book is about 26 to a box. Your book is like 300-400 pages. How many books are in a box of that?
It's 288 pages, and it's 8 books a box, because each of my books come in a bumper box. So every book that I would sell would come like already like protected in a box that, you know, as they're walking around the convention. Or for people who've ordered my books today, thank you guys so much. Yours comes in a box that fits the book exactly, so it'll be snug and protected on its way to you. And yeah.
Wonderful. I just, it's such a beautiful book. I keep coming back to it, like, and I have everyone read it now because it's half like no words and in like a fantasy world. And so it's half no worlds in reality and half in a fantasy world with very sparse dialogue.
Yes. So it's a half silent comic where it follows this main character who's given this book, and she falls in love with this story. And so Eileen's world, the main character Eileen, has no words. And it was sort of a great way to contrast it against the book world that she's reading about, where she gets to read about the story and see it through her perspective about this hero who's on this quest to save this great world tree from a dragon. And yeah, that's when there is dialogue. And since writing isn't my strong suit, that's something I'm still trying to build up. I thought it would be my opportunity to try to convey a story visually as much as possible, and relying on my strengths while I learn.
Excellent. And Moana, me and you talk about business things all the time, and like how to survive through the massive ups and downs that come with a creative career. And I hope we're not going to bum anyone out by talking about this for this hour, because I like the way that you come about it. You come about it very practical, but also in an uplifting way. And that feels to me very much like your brand is like, I'm going to give you tough love, but like it is love. And like, I'm also going to give you a way out of this, even though it's going to be very hard. Would you say that's accurate?
I think it is. I'm definitely a very practical person. And over time, I have definitely learned to find the positives always in any situation. I think a lot of that probably stems from, my childhood and the way I was raised. It's kind of the way my parents have kind of instilled that into us, is that difficult times will always come, and it's how you respond to them that will define your character as who you are, and what you end up becoming. And so a lot of that gets put into the things that I do, including like my book was actually supposed to be debuting at Emerald City as well. Yes, not as big as yours, but still very much the same level of energy and effort and mental capacity, right? But I was really excited also. Yes. So like this book is actually inspired by memories of my childhood with my father. And it's really a story about kindness. It's a grandfather who goes to the beach with his 2 grandchildren. And it's very much centered around our culture. So we live off the land. They go fishing, and fishing is a very valued skill in the Hawaiian community, because it's how we fed our people back in the day. And so when I was a kid I was probably about 13 or 14 years old. So I'm from Kauai in Hawaii, for those who don't know. and it's as if you know geographically, it's like in the middle of the ocean, the middle of the Pacific, very much isolated from the United States. So back when I was about 14 years old, we got hit by a Category 5 hurricane, and it really decimated our island, right? So we did not have any power for almost a year, right? So that's, while like when hurricanes come to the continent, there are things you can do, right? You can go travel to family who lives away. There's other ways for you to kind of weather the storm. But when you're out in the middle of the ocean, like there's nothing. It's hunker down and survive this as a community. And so that's very much a part of our culture. It's when you read this book, you'll feel it. I hope you feel it. And it's really about kindness. And I think in this current environment that we're living in right now, with the coronavirus and all of the health concerns, I think it's proper and hopefully a fun story that you can share with your family, as you're at home and just trying to reconnect in a way that we probably haven't been able to do in a long time because our life keeps us pretty busy. So
yeah, your story is because you show pictures of your grandfather, and it was so accurate to like the pictures. It was like scarily accurate. I mean, I know artists are like scarily accurate at doing this stuff, but like you can just feel all of the emotion on pouring out on the page, and that is what I respect so much about your book, but also Melissa's book. I would love for you to talk about how I don't want to say brave, but like it is like there's a bravery in like being so open and pouring yourself so much out there, and how do you get in the mindset to be able to do that? And then we'll talk maybe about like how do you handle the rejection of like knowing that some people will not respond to it when you've literally just laid everything bare for them.
Well, I think what was helpful in my story was that I talk indirectly about things that, for instance, in my story, it centers around this writer who doesn't believe in himself, and it was really hard for him to put himself out there. And it's sort of interesting how when you're making stories and you're making artwork, oftentimes you don't necessarily intend to put these things out there that affect you as an artist, but they always seem to just like make their way into the story. So I guess it was more of an indirect way of talking about being a creator and the feelings you have about being vulnerable and putting something out there.
That's so interesting that you say that, because when I read the book, I was like, oh my God, she's like literally just telling her story of like, she was the main character's trying to writing his first book, and they and like people are this girl's slowly like inching more things out of him, and scarily so, and he's like warily and guarded at every stage of this journey. And at the end you have a book, and you also like had a book, like you personally had a book, and the person had a book. And for me, I know you're saying like indirectly, but like knowing the story of it, like it was about as direct as a human can be without telling an autobiography.
I guess in my mind, it still had that layer of barrier where I could talk about these issues because I was talking about Kian, who's the writer in the story. So having that visual barrier, I think, helped with telling the story, because I'm like, oh, it's not me. It's not my face that I'm putting with creating something. And I guess once the book is done, now it's, I don't know, when you worked on something for 5 years, after a while, you're like, it's out, I'm putting it out there. And if you don't like it, well, that's okay. Some people do. And I'm just happy a few people do connect with what I put out. So,
yeah, I think that the barrier that I put out is different people, like you said, but also that like once the book is done, like it's a different mode, like it's now a product. But I would have a hard time believing that you could separate so easily, Moana, because like literally every time I look at that cover, I who have never met your grandfather think of your grandfather? Like, I think of the pictures that you shared. So how do you, is it possible to make that separation? Or like, are you comfortable with the fact that like, you'll see your grandfather every time that you like open these books?
It's funny that you say it that way, because it was actually a big driver for why I wrote it. So it's actually my father in the picture. In the book is my dad. But for those who don't know, I lost my dad to cancer about 3 years ago. And so this book kind of helped me deal with just what I was going through at the time and the loss. But what became more apparent to me was for my niece and nephew, who were also dealing with the loss of their grandfather, right? And so part of the reason why I chose to pursue this book project instead of another one that I was working on was to help them so that they could, as they were experiencing their grief and their sadness, they could actually pick up the book, look inside, and feel like their grandfather was still there with them. There's the memories here are a combination of my own and my niece and nephews. And so it was interesting as we were putting it together, because it was obviously, because it so closely, reflects some of our family stories. It was a discussion amongst our family about whether or not we feel comfortable with being this transparent about, some of the aspects of the story. And so in my case, it was intentional. The artist that I chose to do this story, she actually had some really strong feelings about it as well, because her grandfather was also a fisherman. So it evokes some memories, for her. And that's kind of what I wanted to do to help families feel closer, help children, to be able to find ways to remember those that we love, because there's no like stronger memory than something that you can actually physically touch. We have the ones that we have in our heads, but a lot of the times we have fear that we're going to lose those memories, right? As time goes on, and maybe the aches get a little less, but it's still there. So this was a very like tangible way for us to not only capture our memories, but also share it with others. So.
Yeah, I love that. It's I'm much more in the Melissa camp, where like I wrote a book called Sorry for Existing, which was about my relationship with my grandfather, but like it was about a boy who met a homeless alien and helped rebuild her ship, take it off the planet. So I didn't have to, like, there was that, like Melissa said, there was that layer of like separation,
right,
between those two people. My mother always wanted me to write like a true story about my grandfather, and I was like, I don't know. I don't have the courage or the ability or like the there's something that like I need that break. So it's wonderful that you like could be so open about that without having that extra layer of protection.
Yeah, it was definitely a hard choice. We'll see if it was a good one.
Well, the nice thing about a book is like, once the pain's done and you've done it, it's done. And you can, like, I've written books and I've put them out there and I've been like, oh, wow, that was definitely not what I thought the reaction would be. Some of it like would sell 10 times more than I thought, and some a tenth of what I thought. And so, putting it out. So at some point you have to just put it out there and do the best you can and know that like, it's going to be what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, one thing that I know is very important to both of you is community. You, Melissa, just have the most lovely fans that like, some of them are my fans also, but like, your fans are just like the most lovely humans. When they were talking about, so you did a Kickstarter and it raised a bananas amount of money. But the response to just how people talked about the book was so much different and so deep, much, I don't know, I want to say deeper than like other people's fandoms, but there seemed to be a connection that you don't see a lot between artist and reader. And I was wondering, is that intentional? Did you work at building that, or is it something that just developed over time because of the way that you draw your work and the fact that almost all you sell is originals, and all you sell is originals, right?
Yeah. I think it was the nature of releasing how I released my comic. So it started as a web comic, and I was releasing one page a day. And my goal was, when I started it, was just to, if I could get one page done, I'm like, oh, it's already successful, because this is my first time trying to put a comic together. And so as I got enough to put together like a chapter and bring it to conventions, over the course of 5 years, I had all these conversations with people who were also dealing with anxiety and creating. And they got excited about seeing the story evolve over time. And so I think through the people who were following along with my work, I brought them over to Kickstarter, which was pretty exciting. And then I got to meet new people while doing the campaign as well, where they got to get introduced to it for the first time. But yeah, they're pretty amazing. And it was pretty exciting when people were finally just getting their books and opening it. And I could tell, like, right when they got it, they had sent me the email, because they'd be like, Melissa, I just got your book and it's beautiful. And just like being able to experience that reaction of them, like holding the book in their hand for the first time. Because I remember when I held the completed book in my hand, finally seeing it compiled, I got the sample copy, and I just remember just like holding it for a while, because I'm like, 5 years.
Yeah, it really felt like a lot of the people felt like they were on that journey with you, that like it was nice to see. And it is like just an absurdly beautiful book, not just the art in it, but the way that it's constructed. And like you clearly took time to like think of all of the foil options and every little thing that was happening in it. Now, Moana, also much different kind of community that you have built, but it is it feels very, I'm trying to think of the right word. I want to say protective, but it's not protective. It's just like, I don't know, like it feels like a force of nature when you are like, you feel like a force of nature, and then like the community that surrounds you feels like its own force of nature, both with the fashion, but also with the comics. And I'm wondering how you navigate the world of both these two very different worlds, of one of fashion and one of comics. Do you find a lot of crossover? Do you find a lot of things work in both, or like is there some things that work in one that don't work in another to build a community?
I will say that my community is very focused on Hawaii. So the culture, the stories, the people, and so I view the fashion and the comics, even though it's very, very different, it's just another medium for us to share our love of it, right? So a big part of what I do is also to bring power to voices that are often not heard. Most people only know Hawaii as a beautiful place to visit, like unless you have been there for any length of time. It's a vacation spot or a bucket list item, right? It's someplace pretty to go, to have fun, and then to leave. Mm-hmm. But there is a very beautiful community there. And it is the way that this community operates and protects, our land and what we feel is very much our heart. The way we're able to have been able to preserve it is the reason why people can come and visit, right? So it's because we care for one another, because we all look out for each other. I mean, I remember as a kid, like, taking care of the beaches, like picking up after ourselves, only taking from the land what you need. So like in my children's book, it's about fishing. So when we're out there and we're fishing, we only catch what we need. And if we have access, it's not just for our family. We go out and like into our neighborhood. My dad was famous for this. Like he'd bring all this fish home. Oh my God, it was a great day. You know, he would keep so much for us. And then he would go out into the community and be like, oh, we had a great day today. You know, here's some fish, here's some fish. And these are things that people do on a regular basis. It doesn't, it's not in a way that is meant to expect something in return. This is just seeing somebody in need, meeting a need, and then building a community that way. It's like, you know, that whole goodwill thing. It's just very real and apparent in the culture. And so for me, the clothing line was a way for me to connect, initially connect with home, because clothing is a way that you identify and express your personality. Because my clothing line is obviously Hawaiian based, it's not something that's readily available where I am or where most people are. It's something you can only get if you're in Hawaii. Now it's changing with online buying and that kind of thing. But the same thing with my book. You know, you can look on the bookshelves and you're not going to find very many unless you're in Hawaii. Books that talk about Pacific Islander culture, you know, and things that like a child can look at this and be like, oh, look, there's me, you know, especially for a large amount of the Hawaiian population that has to move away due to the cost of living, you know, so they no longer have that connection to their culture. The parents may, but the children, it's becoming harder because they're not being raised there, right? So that's what's driven a lot of my brand. And that's kind of, I think it's funny that you call me a force of nature because my husband says the same thing. He has to deal with this force of nature every day, but my community is amazing and I love it. And it's the community that I grew up in helped me to, you know, be successful and to kind of branch out to a place where many people, especially if you're from Hawaii, it's very more sheltered, right? So it's like Moana, exactly. Like this is why I love Disney Moana, because I can see myself in her. You know, like the community's like, oh, you need to stay here. We got to protect you, right? And she's like, no, I'm going. And that's pretty much me.
Yeah. I love what you said about the giving without expectation in return, because to me, that's the secret to like building a community and being able to keep it strong and weather for a long time. Because, you know, there's a lot of things that I do and that all of us do that like would seem pretty silly if from like a business perspective, because like they don't like make money or they don't do stuff, but they are given without an expectation of stuff in return. And it's a thing that you don't really think about when you begin your career, because you're like struggling for everything you get, and like every moment like has to be like especially if you're doing this full time for a long time like I've been doing, you're like, I got to go to the next show, I got to do this thing, I got to do this other thing, I got to do this other thing. But when you get when I get now to like, you know, 10 years doing this and 5 years pretty much doing this full time, the thing that really is the most effective for me is to do the giving without asking for anything in return. And like the more things that I give out, the more things that I get back, but not like that day. Like I will give out, and then like a year later, I will get back, or 2 years later. And it won't be necessarily from the same person. It'll be from someone I wholly don't expect to like do that thing. I'm one, and that was true when I worked in sales too. If I just did things a certain way, I would always end up okay at the end of the month, but it was never in the way that I expected. So I'm wondering, Moana talked about that part of it. I talked about it. Do you find the same thing, Melissa, or do you have another sort of secret to community building?
Oh, no, definitely. I always feel conscious of wanting to create value for other people, and especially through the trial of error of creating something. When someone asks questions like, how do you do this thing? Like I instantly want to be part of the conversation of explaining like, well, this is what I did. And this is, you know, all the steps I took to get here. And then here's where I failed. Please don't do it. The things that I completely failed at. And yeah, I think it's just wanting to helpful and add value to people who also want to create comic books and tell stories. And then having, when you're expressing places of where you're being vulnerable, being open to those conversations to people who are connecting with your work. And that's been so exciting for you, Moana, to create your story. And I just wondering, like, your family, how did they feel when they saw your book printed in hardcover?
So actually, they have not seen it in hardcover
They
yet,
haven't?
and I know they're like chomping at the bit because they don't like have to mail it to them, right? So,
Yeah.
I mean, like because the Kickstarter backers are the ones who help make it happen. I'm focused on them first. My niece and nephew are like they're waiting because they have their own little mini table. You know, Auntie has like told them that like I will send you some books, and you know, for all those little things that you want, you know, you set up the table, you make your money, and you keep it for you. That's your present, and you share with them your story. And they're like, oh my God, so when is the books coming? Is it there? It's like up to the time of delivery. Like they were asking my sister, like, did Auntie get the books yet? Did they get the books yet? I would get all these messages on Marco Polo. Auntie, is the books here yet? We're ready, you know, like, and it was interesting because I did send them like some early merchandise with, you know, some images on it. And so they had a backpack, you know, I made backpacks for the Kickstarter. And, you know, it was interesting because my niece was already telling me like, you know, there are some people who are like excited to see the thing. And then there's like some kids who are like, that girl looks weird, you know? And so it's like, it's interesting the kinds of stories that will be told or, you know, around this story, and what further messages or stories can we write to help kids who maybe are not used to seeing these characters, right? So it's even for me, while it can seem like a downer, and you know, I'm protective of my niece, obviously. I'm like, oh, they don't know anything, but it keeps driving home the point that these stories need to be out there, these visuals, these characters, because it helps people to be more rounded and more well-rounded and more understanding of, you know, the everyday people that they may come into contact with. So yeah.
I'm really excited for you because I thought that you wrote the Wild Card Chronicles. This just shows like my thing. So like I've read the Wild Card Chronicles. I just made an assumption. So now I have a thing to read of yours.
Yes, my husband is the writer on that. Comics is as you guys were talking about in the previous panel. It's like a whole other beast. To me, I don't think I can write a comic, at least not a story that is as intricate as how his brain works. I am always in awe as I get the pages, and you know, he's very protective of them too, right? As writers, it's our baby, right? Like, oh, I don't know, it's not ready yet, you know.
I think that you probably have a kindred spirit in thinking that, and another person on this panel being as like, that is what Melissa told me literally was the inspiration for doing this, her book. So how did you how did you get through that? And how did you like start doing your first pages? Or like, what would you tell Moana, who's saying, let's say Moana did want to do comics.
Yeah.
Now you're an expert on this, having done a huge Kickstarter raise and finished a book. Like, what do you tell Moana about like making comics?
Well, I think this is a funny question because as someone who just finished a project and now trying to start a new project, I find that I have to relearn the lesson that I learned when I started Above the Clouds. So when I started Above the Clouds, I had this other story idea I wanted to do, and it was this like long epic story, and a year was going by and I wasn't getting anything done for it. And I realized that I'd made it too precious.
Yeah.
And I think it was that willing to like let go of, I'm not going to tell the perfect story. And instead I made it the goal of like, I want to learn how to make a comic. And when I took the focus away from trying to tell that perfect story, it's not that it got easier, but the mountain seemed smaller. And I was willing to let myself tell a story I didn't realize was in me, which was Above the Clouds, where if I got one page done with this idea, I'm like, it was already a success. And then I realized breaking it down into smaller incremental tasks made a project that turned out to be like 5 years long. It didn't seem like a huge mountain to try overtaking or trying to climb. Yeah.
You do a thing that I do. I don't know if you did it intentionally, but it's a thing that I do in a lot of my novels where I have multiple points of view and multiple like story threads going so that I can change. Like if ever I'm too nervous or I need to like move from one character to another, like you had this thing where like, you know, you have the one story, like the silent story, and then like something will happen and suddenly like you're in this. So it becomes not telling this one huge story. It was really quite literally telling two stories at the same time that you could cut away to and cut back from when, I don't know, was it like, did you find that you were cutting back like when you were getting nervous or overwhelmed by something, or was that an intentional cut sometime all the time?
What was interesting with Above the Clouds is that like before this story, the one previously, nothing was flowing. And then when I finally got to Above the Clouds, where I had this really strong clarity about telling the story, about not giving up and keep trying when you're trying to make something. When I was centered on that goal, it wasn't that I was switching when I was afraid or not knowing where to go. It just felt like a natural break of this is when it stops and this is when we're seeing the story that she's reading about. And it just kind of blended together. And in my mind, I'm just very visual. So it kind of just played out like a movie trailer in my mind of just like a visual interest point of breaking from Eileen's story to jumping into the world and where they're at in the story.
I mean, I was very intentional with the Ichabod Jones book, whereas like I don't know how to write comics, so like I need somebody who is like, I need something I can cut back from. So Ichabod is about a psychopath who escapes a mental asylum and doesn't even know if he's in reality, if he's in his memory, or if he's in like an alternate reality, or what the truth is. And so anytime I would like reach the end of a thought where I got scared, I would just be like, well, I'm just going to move until like one of these other, he's now going to like fall asleep and wake up in another area. And like, then I could use the things that I didn't know how to do well to my advantage. Mm-hmm. So that was how I did my first book. My bias, then I got kind of okay with writing. Not that the book turned out well, but I feel like the first one turned out well despite itself. But
I have a question for you, Russell. How is it when you finished a project and you're going on to your next story? How is that transitional period for you of switching gears towards creating a new story or finding something new to say with your work?
It becomes a lot harder as time goes on to say something new. What I got much better at is knowing the kinds of stories that I tell, that I want to tell, that like excite me and energize me. So now, after having written over a dozen novels and a bunch of comics and a bunch of other anthologies, pieces, I kind of understand the themes that I like. And it instead of having 1,000 stories in my head, which I do have, I've gotten just a lot better at culling them. But I've also gotten much better at combining them. So I try to not do a story until like 5 or 10 cool ideas that I have can all be smashed together in one thing. So I have this new series coming out that I've been working on for like 2 years, and I have 3 books in, and I'm finishing the 4th before I release it. But it's about a girl who falls into a diabetic coma and wakes up in a place called the Dream Realm, which is kind of like Lovecraft's The Dreamlands, where it's like it's a bunch of characters who've basically been lost in dreams, right? And it's kind of this big like epic fantasy world, and there's like you and one of the things that happens in the Dream Realm is there's a lot of public domain characters and mythological characters, and they keep. So like one of the main cities is Oz, and Oz is like has just seeped into our consciousness because people go to the Dream Realm to deposit their like sort of spark. So everybody, this comes from the mythological part that I love, is like, why do people dream? Well, in the universe, the dreams, people have a God touch. They're like God. Everyone has like a little spark of the divine in them, which is like a religious thing. But like it actually builds up throughout the day. And like if they don't deposit it every night, then like they go nuts, or like they die or something like that over a certain amount of time. So, and when they go to the dream room to deposit their dreams, or the nightmare realm to deposit their their nightmares, they catch glimpses of kind of these things that are inside of it. So there's like religion and mythology and epic fantasy, and then there's 4 main characters, and they kind of go between the nightmare realm and the dream realm and Earth and different. In the next book, if I can get to book 5, they're going to be in like different areas in the afterlife. And like, it's like 10 ideas I smashed together. And like, that is the kind of stuff that excites me, and the kind of stuff that I know I can tell for a long time. So, usually as time's gone on, I've just gotten much better at being like, well, how do I combine it into a thing that I can do? And the project that I work on, I want to be sort of an umbrella that I can play in the most things possible. So in that world that I've developed for like 2 years, there's the dream realm, the nightmare realm, this thing called the obsidian spindle, which is sort of this big like most important icon, kind of like the wheel of time. And then you find that it can take you between Earth and the dream realm, and you can also take you around other planets and other galaxies and so you can literally tell any story in that. And that's what I have become much more interested in doing as I've gotten to my career is understanding that kernel of an idea that I really love, and then filling it in with all of the other kind of cool ideas, and then also making the world broad enough that I can tell other stories if I want to. Not that I do want to, but that it's broad enough to be able to do that thing. And it ended up being one of the main themes that I love about the Gods verse and Ichabod, and a lot of these things just became little totems of things that I wanted to do. And when I want to explore something new, I usually am in like 8 to 10 anthologies every year. So I can explore like those things in like short form, and it really helped hone my thematic muscle so that I can do something like what Neil Gaiman did in Sandman, which I thought was not the biggest Sandman fan. But I did enjoy that, like literally for 10 years, however long Sandman was, he could literally tell any story. And so it's impossible to get bored if you can literally tell any story you want, and your audience will join you on that adventure. I don't know. Hopefully that was helpful, but that's how I kind of think about it, is just that transition time for me is like, I spend a ton of time reading. I read 2 to 5 books a week.
Wow.
And comics and taking art and going on trips and all of these things, just inputting. And I feel that when I'm bereft of ideas or I don't know what to do, I just have to intake more, because inputting is reading and like taking in stuff is like the breathing in, and then the writing is breathing out, and the creating is breathing out. So just like over time, you get stronger and you get to run faster and swim more. You can also like breathe more and exhale more and take in these bigger and bigger and bigger swings. And so because I kind of know the kind of stuff I like talking about, and maybe I'll wake up tomorrow and be like, well, I don't want to do anything with this universe anymore, but I don't think that'll happen. I know the places that I go for inspiration, like a lot of the places I go for inspiration. And by going back to them or finding similar things, I'm able to sort of find new ways into stories that are different, but different from what the audience expects, but similar enough that I'm grounded in them.
Yeah.
It's a good answer.
I do a lot of thinking about this because I mean, I have this problem with people telling me that like I'm like this big hustler who like always is working, because I think that gives the wrong impression of me. Like I do work hours, but like I spend at least 3 hours doing nothing every day in the middle of the day, and I write and I read and I take long walks and I like think deeply about stuff, and that is the most important time of my whole day.
Yeah.
Because that allowing your lizard brain to like think of, like, just put connections together is like, I might not come up with an idea for 6 months, and then I'll find something that I'm like, yep, that's the one key missing piece. I like to think of it. I don't know if you guys play video games, but there's an old Tomb Raider, or maybe it's Uncharted, where there's this puzzle. She goes into this room. I picture as Lara Croft. She goes into this room and there's all these cogs on the ground, and there's like a sort of thing she has to spin like this, and all the sort of there's all these pegs are on the thing, and she has to put the cogs in the right place, and then like when she turns the wheel, the door opens. And for me, a lot of this is just like, what if I put this peg here? What if I put that? Okay, these two pieces feel good, and now I need a connector piece here. And it could be months or years before like that gear turns, and I'm gonna put things in the wrong place. But eventually, if I just keep inputting and like doing short projects or something, the lizard brain will make the connection that will give me something that I enjoy enough that I can spend the next 10 years doing it, which is what my new goal is. My new goal is like, what is the next 10 years? What is the project that will follow me for the next 10 years? Because being able to do those things and put those pieces in place and keeping going back to the same well is, I think, one of the things that separates someone like most of the bigger creators out there from someone who doesn't get quite as big, because every time they launch, they're going back to the same well over and over and over. And they're saying, hey, look at the beginning of this series. Look at this new in the series. And they're always able to sort of have this self-containing moment of where it's sort of like a loop, and everything just keeps flowing back to the same place. Ooh, that was a long one. This isn't supposed to be an interview for you guys.
It was good.
No, I'm curious because that's actually where I'm at now, because I finished this project. And as I'm releasing and marketing Above the Clouds and putting it out there, I'm also trying to start on a new project. And I find I have these different ideas, and it'll be like 2 weeks for I'm like, yes, I love this idea. I could stay with this. I can see myself staying with this for a year. And then like 2 weeks later, I'm like, no, but I have this other idea. And then they're kind of like competing with, wait, so hearing you say having 10 good ideas and then seeing how can you mold those together actually is pretty helpful for me as a creator, because it just seems like it's just part of the process of letting the ideas stew and flow right now.
Yeah, and if you have a big, if you have a like, so I look at, there was a guy who put out, I forget who it is now. It may have been Alan Moore, who put out sort of like how he designs his world as in like A story, B story, D story, E story, and like all basically down to Z story. And what'll happen is he'll have an A story, and then once the arc is done, and then he'll have a secondary story and usually a tertiary story. And then once the arc is done, the B story becomes the A story, the C story becomes the B story, the D story becomes and like it goes on like that when you're doing a long form piece. So if you have like multiple ideas, as long as you're starting them in one place, people will often follow you to the next place, as long as you're doing it in an order that makes sense, or telling those two disparate stories, but like that thematically have the same thing. So with that Obsidian Spindle book, for instance, there's the main, one of the main characters is in the dream realm, and she wakes up in the dream realm and she has to get to the Obsidian Spindle. Then there's another character which is telling more of a like a thriller story where she's a Gorgon, half Gorgon, and she has to get into the dream realm to save her girlfriend. And then there's a kind of political thriller, which is like Nimue, who's the main bad guy, who is trying to open the Obsidian Spindle for her own reasons. And then and if you look at comics or novels or television shows, especially something like Game of Thrones, they're telling like 5 different stories. Like Arya's story is like a coming of age story, and Sansa's story is a political thriller story, and Jon's story is a epic fantasy adventure story, and they're all like quite different, but somebody can glom on to one and say that's their favorite. And so once I learned that, I was like, oh, like he's just telling like 50 different kinds of stories in like one world, and like that freed me up to do and think of my career in a much different way.
Yeah.
So we are already at the end of our hour. I can't believe it. I hope this was educational for everybody today. I'm going to end the way that I end every show, which is I would like for each of you to tell me your best advice about how to build a creative career. Or maintain it, or what you would tell of a young creator, or however you want to think of the question, and then where we can find you, and then we will say goodbye. I will say that have MoanaMcAdams.com and egg. That's wait. I was already trying to do your last name and I like screwed up. The M Pag E. Oh my God, I just can't do it.
I'm Teacup B on
Teacup B.
Twitter and Instagram and Etsy. You can probably find my main website through there.
Yes, and it's here. It's spelled out here at the bottom of the Chiron. So both of these artists were supposed to be in Emerald City this week. So this is like for all of the things that we are talking about, like and why we brought this in to like support the displaced Emerald City creators, how this started. Like this hour has 2 of them that had 2 huge book launches that they were doing at the show. So please go to their sites and buy them and tell them how awesome they are and follow them on social media. So all right, so let's start with Moana, and then we'll give Melissa the last word.
All right. Some advice that I would give is to, when you're thinking about writing, find something that you're passionate about and trust in your voice. And while you're going along that journey, find a mentor or a group of mentors. Definitely be a part of the community, because those are the people who will help you to fuel your engine as you're going along. And just keep you excited, and during those times when it feels like it's never going to get done, but it will get done. You can do it. And then where you can find me online on my website there, MoanaMcAdams.com. On Instagram, I am The Real Life Moana. On Facebook, you can look us up at Moana McAdams or The Wildcard Chronicles. We also have Wildcard Chronicles Instagram as well. Sorry. I'm on Twitter as Moana McAdams. I'm not as active there, but I'm mostly you can find me on Facebook and Instagram. Feel free to message me as well. Thanks for having me, Russell.
Awesome. Thank you for being here. And how about you, Melissa? Give you the last word.
I would say if you're waiting to tell the perfect story, you're never going to start. So just try to tell a story you can start. And starting is the hard part. I think you can find me at npaluka.com. And I'm Teacup B again on Twitter and Instagram. And yeah.
Awesome.
Thank
Wonderful.
you so much.
Thank you guys so much for stopping by. It was lovely talking with you. And I will say bye-bye to you one last time. Bye.
Bye.
So that ends our broadcast today. I hope you learned a lot. If you did, please go and look up everybody and go try and support them, even if that just means sharing their work. If you would like to support us, we are actually just $68 away from 22,000. We did such a good job so far today, and thank you so much for the support. We will be back tomorrow when we are going to talk with. I have too many things open. All right, so at 12 we're going to talk to Comfort and Adam, who are wonderful. They are an art team that makes one of my favorite books. I do hope that you come by for that. Then at 1, we'll talk to David Pepos and Jonathan Howard. David was supposed to be at Emerald City. Jonathan is one of the creators from the Cthulhu is Hard to Spell book. 2 o'clock, we'll be with Travis Gibb and Eric Lervold from the Cthulhu is Hard to Spell anthology. And then at 3, we will be with David Lucarelli and Melissa Massey. And I have a special secret surprise for you, which is I just booked a brand new guest for the 4 o'clock hour tomorrow. 2, actually. We will be with Henri Compin and Christian Gossett. Christian Gossett has a story in the anthology as well. And we're going to add 1 additional hour tomorrow. So thank you so much. I hope I will see you there. I hope you head on over to CthulhuIsHardToSpell.com and have a great day, everyone.